been enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time.
Good evening and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. I'm here once again, Neptura, as your host, and I'm joined by DK for week 2 of season 4. How are you, DK?
I'm doing pretty well. Excited to see what is going to happen here today. As you've mentioned, it is week 2. Week 1, it was pretty hot, pretty spicy, and I'm looking to see how the teams are going to look to kind of step into this week, right? And I'm expecting to see that gameplay just getting dialed up even more than what we have seen already coming in that first week already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a level up from what we had last week, of course, as the season continues. There we go. As the season continues, you are going to see that intensity ramp on up. And yeah, it's going to be a really interesting evening. We do have 5 games for you again tonight. And this time we're going into a little bit of a different group stage sort of thing. We're going to have 3 groups here this week instead of 2. So all of those groups have been shaken up and potentially new teams are going to be looking at each other tonight.
Yes, so we are going to be looking at quite a bit of a change up, right? So we'll have the 3 groups as you've mentioned. So today I think it's going to be A versus B. Tomorrow it will be B versus C most likely. And then the final day is going to be, tomorrow's A versus C. And then the last day is B versus C. Whichever way, all 3 groups are going to have the opportunity to play against each other. Each of the groups itself, they are going to be playing 10 maps total. So essentially 2 days of gameplay, right? So there's going to be an opportunity, but a very limited opportunity for the teams to try and secure themselves. Of course, no different to what we saw in the previous 4 days, right? Each group having essentially also then their 2 days of gameplay, which equates to 10 matches. So it's all going to boil down to who will be placing within the top 10, right? That's where the structure changes, because for this week, you want to aim to get into the top 10, right? That is your ticket into the finals. Anything below that, and you run the risk of getting relegated. So if you want to make it to next week, you have to step it up, bring that extra bit of aggression, extra bit of spice, extra bit of flavor, extra bit of whatever you can muster to secure as many points as you can find.
It is very true. And I was just thinking of, last week, we also had teams able to have 10 matches each, right? And this time it's the same amount of teams or same amount of games rather, but it is somehow worse because you've got to get a much higher placement if you want to continue this time around. And we saw some crazy games last week with those same 10 matches, and it's the same limited capability and then just a much, much higher threshold. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see that. I mean, we will be looking at who those teams are in each group coming up soon. But our first match of the day is going to be Erangel, DK. And I'm wondering how this first game is going to go.
Well, I am also wondering how that first game is going to be going. I mean, we've seen some pretty insane performances already based on what we've had throughout the respective groups. We had the players from Digital Athletics. They were performing like absolute beasts. We did see R8 Sapphire as well as Zeitgeist all stepping it up. We actually had 8 teams securing themselves winner chicken dinners. On Erangel, right? Well, that makes sense because we had 8 of them that were played. But there was no one particular team that was dominating with regards to securing themselves the victory. So I want to see who's going to look to step it up. R8, Sapphire, definitely. They were one of our more aggressive teams, right? Not here because they got the ticket, right? They made their way straight into the finals. So that is one thing that we're going to have, right? The teams that we had placed in the top 3, they're not here, right? We're going to have to wait until the finals to see what they're going to be bringing in. So it does open up a bit of an opportunity for the remaining teams to kind of step into that vacuum, that void that's now being created, seeing that the teams will only come back again a little bit later on, right? So the opportunity is there. And I'm going to be looking over towards a team like Digital Athletics, for instance, right? To see what their play is going to be here, because they were our second most aggressive team on the map of Erangel. So there is an opportunity, but will we see that momentum getting carried over, getting pushed on through? Because we're now in week 2, right? We've got 24 teams, as you can see there, and as I've said already, the top 10, they make it through. 11th to 24th, they get relegated, right? It's like, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your effort, but only 10 teams can move on, right?
Yes.
So it's going to be a very, very tough 3 days that we are going to be looking at here. And the teams will have to bring their A game right out of the gate.
I'm really interested to see how these teams actually play as well, though, DK, because as you were mentioning, right, the top 3 are not going to be joining us this week. They go straight to the finals. But as it turned out over groups A and B last week, those top 3 teams, more often than not, were the massive heavy hitters coming into those games. So it really was something where you saw them take most of the points that everybody else kind of wanted for themselves. And with the absence of that, we could be looking at a big shakeup and maybe new opportunities for these teams to actually do something more than they had the opportunity to do last week.
Yeah, it's going to be there. It's going to be available. And of course, they want to get into the grand finals, right? Because that's where they get their share of that amazing prize pool that we've got as well. $7,000 up for grabs. But speaking about the groups, here we have them. This is the breakdown for Group A, B, and C. So as I mentioned before, Group A and B, they are the ones that are going to be playing it out here today. So we've got Zeiss, we've got TPS, we've got Zeus, as well as IDA, AOR, Script Monarchy, Boars Gaming, and A3. That's all in Group number A. Group B is, as you can see, S2 Females. We've got Vio Esports, Enigma Dolls, Tasted, as well as Digital Athletics, OOC, Dreamcore, Yikes, and Mel's Nova. So we got to be paying close attention to those teams. But of course, we cannot forget Group C, which is going to be Red Team, as well as S2G. We got Not News, we got K12, VPG, Fenerbahce, Dark Angels, and NATO Esports. So definitely, I think, something to look forward to as we get around to Group C round about tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to this, DK. I really just want to get into the game now, right? Because I'm looking at all these teams and I'm remembering their performances from the last week, and I'm just like, yes, we need to get into it. I mean, I'm looking at Zygazip in particular, though, from Group A. I don't know if you have a team in mind here for this evening going into it, but Zygazip had some really good plays coming into the 2 days they played last week, and I really want to see more from them.
It's interesting that you say that you've got your eye on Zeit, right? Because I'm looking at their overall performance across the 3 maps that we are going to be playing, right? Of course, we are going to be having essentially the same rotation as we've had map-wise, right? Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, right? That's going to be the approach that we are going to be moving through here. And of course, there we have it, right? It's official only when you see it on the graphic. When it's on screen, then it is what it is. But based on the consistency that we've seen from these teams, right? I've mentioned Digital Athletics being a strong team with they actually got the highest overall placement points on Erangel in their group stage, right, in the previous week. But if we move on to the other maps, we don't see that same kind of consistency come through, right? Over on Miramar, they struggle a little bit more to get that consistent placement, those consistent points to come on through. And Sanhok also kind of, they could definitely see a little bit more of an increase coming through in that direction. So one particular team that I'm going to have to pick out of all of this, that is a tough question, but let's go with, I'm going to go with TPES.
Ooh, okay. Good team.
Yeah.
Expound.
Well, there's no real crazy reason really for it. They got a winner chicken dinner on Erangel before. Looking at what they've done over on Miramar, they've not necessarily gotten a chicken. They've only had 9 elimination points. So Miramar's not, from what we've seen in the first week of play, wasn't necessarily their strongest map per se. But as we know, things can change up very, very quickly coming into what we have available here today, right? The teams can at any point decide that they want to just, try and upset it. And as I've mentioned
Mhm.
last week as well, we've not seen everything from these teams yet, right? They are still holding back. There's still a little bit left in that tank. Well, I think still a lot left rather in that tank.
Yeah.
So the teams are, I can almost guarantee you that they are going to look to blow us away with their performances coming into today.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that is my justification because why I chose TPS, because I like the configuration of the letters. There we go.
Right, of course, of course. Well, we are going to be getting to Erangel very, very shortly here. And
Mm.
another thing I do want to point out very quickly before we get into game, though, DK, is the possibility that even though, as you were saying, there's a lot left in the tank for a lot of these teams. And the reason for that is, you had to just get top 15. If you were aiming for week 2, it was just
Yeah.
top 15. Here, it's far, far narrower than that. It's top 10. And you can't really afford in 10 games to just go, we just have to eke through this. No, you have to come out fighting if you want a chance in that top 10, because it's not just your group anymore, it's multiple groups as well. So there's a lot
Yep.
more teams vying for that spot. So yeah, it's going to be a really, really good exercise for viewers and teams alike on how much these teams really want that final spot and how much we're going to see before it gets to that point.
Yeah, and also to take into consideration the performances from last week have no impact on this week whatsoever, right? The only thing that it did is allow the teams to get to here.
Mm-hmm.
And we could see
That's it.
entirely different teams because,
Mm.
as you've mentioned, we're in a different stage. The minimum or what is required of these teams has now changed, right? They need to aim for the top 10, and to get to top 10 out of 24 teams does require quite a bit of work. So
Yes.
there is going to be quite a bit of pressure on these teams. So yeah, I'm going to be looking to see how they will be performing. I'd maybe add on another team to TPS. I'd maybe go for OOC Dreamcore, because I've had now
was
2
thinking that.
seconds to take a look at the stats, how the teams have been performing. But that might all be null and void.
Mm-hmm.
That could all just be words that we're saying
Yeah.
for reasons because
I
we
mean,
can.
yeah, I mean, I think it immediately comes to mind is Enigma, right? Because they were
Yeah.
a team that really, really tried hard in the last few games, got in, squeaked by, but they could be one of those teams that really surprise us. And being able to actually have a new opportunity could mean
Yeah.
that they are the ones in that top 10 by a mile.
Yeah, I mean, they could be sitting at the top of the log at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
And there's nothing that will stop them from achieving that, right? The only thing is it's up to them, right? If they decide coming into the games today is like, you know what, we're just going to blow the ducks out of the water. Let's go for it. Let's just, go get everything that we can find. They will 100% be able to pull that off. So today, I think is going to be a very, very interesting day. After today, we'll have a much better assessment as to what the teams have shown through their gameplay here today. But yeah, today essentially open a clean slate, right? The teams can do whatever they like. They can surprise us, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing just how much of a surprise the teams are going to be looking to bring on in. And I'm not even sure if the opposing teams are ready for it, right? So that kind of goes for everybody, right? All the teams could come in with an absolutely crazy one. You could see hot drops out of the plane. Everybody drops in the same spot, and it's just chaos carnage, and the game ends in zone 2, right? It won't happen, but it could. It could, right?
Yeah,
So
it's true.
yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of interesting things to look forward to. I mean, we've seen so many teams that really stood out with their performances throughout the previous week. So it's actually quite difficult to pinpoint one particular team, right? There were 6 teams that we could choose, but we can't talk about them now because they're already in the finals, right? So now I'm open I'm open for new teams to take those slots to surprise us and bring whatever it is that they can bring onto the battlefield. But now I'm going to ask you the first question, though, seeing that we are getting closer on towards the lovely Erangel for match number 1 of this week, right? Are we going to see a crazy shift with regards to that first initial zone, or do you think it is going to be a little bit more kind onto the teams? Now, what I mean by kind is it's going to take an aggressive shift, like to the extremities, right? Far south, far east, far west, or whatever, right? Because technically that is kinder to the teams. If you have a zone that ends up being smack dab center, right? That's actually a lot harder for the teams because now there's so much more that comes into play with that.
Interesting. Okay. So your thought then being is that if the zone goes to the center, that it's harder for the teams than if it just hard shifts?
Yeah.
Interesting, because I would have thought, yeah, I could see it technically being harder, but I would have thought a center zone at least gives you that comfort of you're able to play your own strategy the way you've practiced it, whereas a hard shift means that you have to actually throw all of that to the wind and just try and adapt very, very quickly, which is really uncomfortable and can cause, quite a bit of sort of not chaos necessarily, but just uncertainty in a team, and then you start to see that in hesitation. I personally, I mean, I'm divided as a coach, as somebody who wants these teams to do well. I'm thinking center. That's gotta be the answer for me. But as a spectator, as a caster, as the person on the show, I want a hard shift every time because that's fun. And I'm sorry, but it is just so much more fun than a center shift.
I mean, I like there is credit to what you're saying here, but so the reasoning behind the center zone being more challenging, in my opinion, is the fact that the teams then have the opportunity to play their actual strategies, right? To play their proper rotations, to play their proper pushes, their proper everything. And if you put all these teams with their strategies against each other, it is going to be insanely difficult because these teams are so exceptionally good, right? They're monsters. So if you put all of them together, I mean, good luck. It's going to be absolutely crazy. A zone like this that shifted down on towards that southwestern side, it's easy for a few teams because they know, okay, cool, right? We need to get ourselves situated. We need to make a quick push, get into the zone, secure a position, and then we defend. That's a considerably easier strategy than trying to figure out, like, oh gosh, what is Vio esports strategy when they drop in this spot and they don't have to rotate anywhere?
Okay, but then there's this then, and as the teams are looting, I didn't see really any hot drops. We can continue this discussion of then. But what if they've done all their VOD review and they've got their analysts on the board and they're going, okay, this is the idea, this is the plan. The hard shift kind of throws that all away. So it's more adapting in the moment of the game than adapting in between games, with their coach or something. Well, what about that? Does that make that easier?
Well, I guess it depends on how the team trains, right? If you focus solely on a specific strategy, sure, right? There is the pros and cons to that. If you are a team that tries to adapt as best they possibly can to hard shifting zones, like the game does most of the time, not always, but most of the time, that's also a strategy, right? So if you're a team that performs quite well in that, you're going to see that reflect in the points because you're going to have a very comfortable time pushing up to the top, right? Securing yourself a ridiculous amounts of eliminations. But at the end of the day, I guess it all comes down to what kind of strategy the team prefers to play with and, of course, what that zone does, right? Does it play in their favor or against them?
Right. Of course, because there are going to always be those teams that really favor this kind of push forward. It helps them gain momentum and it helps them move forward and be able to actually stop themselves from staying in one place, sort of thing. So there will always be those teams that favor these kinds of zones, as you said, just because it helps them, get out of their shell a little bit and able to just start moving and taking angles and taking places. So, for some of these teams, yeah, it's definitely going to be an easier zone because it means they don't have to fabricate it all themselves. So we'll see how that ends up shifting out the teams as we see, TPES, the team you mentioned earlier, having 2.2 kilometers to get to zone. They're on the far end over here by prison, by shelter, and they've got a ways to go. You can see them just loading up those vehicles, but I think they're kind of preferring to actually loot up and, of course, prioritize those vehicles. They need some way to get inside zone, but it does look like they're not going to be going for a rotation, and they might just end up going for a really late rotation across bridges.
Well, let's see how this one will play out, right? Maybe they find themselves a good position here. 2 point something Ks away from zone. Yeah, that's a bit of a distance, a bit of a way to go. So let's see if the teams will be able to get themselves situated in the nick of time. But for now, it's, as you've said earlier, it's going to be a looting phase, right? So the team's going to try and get as much of that loot as they can find to get themselves where they feel like they need to be to kind of contest moving into this next zone.
Well, we'll have to see as the zone is on its way in, but we still got quite a bit of time before it does. 3.5 minutes is plenty of time. We do see A3 having lost one very early on, though I think to OOC rather. I think I saw that in the elimination feed. One of their players did get run over. So one of those landing hot drops that we sometimes see over spots where there's a vehicle. You know, sometimes there are those fights that break out over those transportation vehicles. And it looks like A3 have been the victim of that, but still up as 3. That's fine. And it's the first game. So if you lose one early on in the first game, it's a little disheartening, but by no means the end of the road.
I definitely thought you were going to do the whole, hey, there's 3 of them left in the
Oh,
lobby
no,
over here.
I thought I'd leave that to you. You're the master of that
well,
kind
it
of
happened either which way. We have to sprinkle a little bit of cringe on top of stuff sometimes.
thing. Of course.
If you like it, great. If you don't like it, great. Either which way, on we go. Digital Athletics, I'm curious to see if they're going to look to kind of keep the pacing that they had in the first week going. As I mentioned before, they had the highest total points, right? They got 55 of their points on this map. So
Wow.
24 of that came through from placement, and then they had 31 eliminations. So essentially the second most aggressive team on here, right? R8 Sapphire, as I mentioned previously, they got 32. So only 1 elimination difference between those 2 squads. So yeah, there is going to be quite a bit to take up here. And I mean, 55 points out of 83 for digital. That's a decent chunk, right?
That
that
is
is like 30 something points, right? I'm not going to try and do the math right now because my
Sure.
brain's going to break, but that's okay.
Yeah, but it also speaks to perhaps their lack of consistency over on Miramar and Sanhok then. I mean, Sanhok perhaps less so since we only have 2 of those in for their group last week. But for Miramar, then they're not getting as many points, certainly as most of the other teams, rather. So they really are hedging all their bets on that Erangel. And hopefully that works out for them, right? We have seen teams before just really dominate. She really tried. Lilo really tried to avoid things and just failed in the end, rip. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how they move across Miramar, if there's a different approach to Miramar then, in light of that information, if that's just the way it is and that they go all in on Erangel and hope for the best on the other maps, or what, we'll see. But it does look like AOR are chasing down this poor unfortunate car off in the distance. Can't see who it is just yet, but it's not looking potentially good for them here.
Yeah, but that's part of the risk, right? Trying to get
True.
yourself all the way over in towards the zone. A little bit of that cat and mouse game being played here. If I were AOR, I wouldn't necessarily overly commit too aggressively onto these pushes just yet because they didn't have enough information coming into that initial bit. But as we did see, the players have found each other, right? So this is where you got to play it a little bit more on the calculated end. You don't necessarily want to just go in all guns a-blazing because you might be hitting a few walls along the way. So yeah, try and play it a little bit more a little bit more strategically when it comes to taking these fights.
And you did see them back off there once they realized the team had actually landed, and rather than try and take them out in rotation, they didn't want a full-fledged fight there, so they retreated a little bit further on back to where they were. It's interesting though, DK, we're seeing a lot of teams actually still on the far eastern side of the map. You've got Mel's over in Yasnaya still, and Enigma, another one of those teams, still in Mansion.
Yeah, that is an enigma to me. I don't know why they are going for a delayed rotation. It's stage 2, so, you know, the zone's not going to be all that crazy towards them, so they can kind of maybe still afford to do that. They do have vehicles, so it's not that they are trying to find transport to get themselves over towards zone. Maybe it's a strategy that's coming through, but of course, Mel's Nova doing a very similar kind of thing there as well. So, yeah, hopefully the teams can get them in. As we can see, Enigma, their HP bars, they are really starting to run down, and they can't afford to really expend too much of their meds at this point.
No, it's going to be one of those zones, I think, where we really are going to want as many of those meds as possible, right? As many smokes, as many nades, as many meds. It's going to be very, very important because as that zone gets smaller and potentially, my God, and potentially, centers up over that water a little bit more, you're going to have a lot of teams that are hugging those cliff sides, half in the water, half out, desperately. My goodness me, OOC Dreamcore, are you okay? What is worse than me? Okay, anyway, you're gonna have a lot of players wanting those painkillers, wanting those energy drinks, and we will see how that shapes up in the end. A nice little scope out there from Seven. She's gonna be looking over towards some teams on their rotation here, and actually OFC Dreamcore have a great position to actually make sure they know exactly where teams are rotating to, so that they can avoid them.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try and gather as much info as you possibly can and use that to make an educated or informed decision as you move on forward. But yeah, it's surprising to see that the teams are taking it this dialed back, right? We're not seeing any crazy pushes or plays coming through just yet. We did see that knock coming over onto the plays there from Boars Gaming. So yeah, at least a little bit of something starting to make its way onto the battlefield here with regards to the action. Two teams already sitting with eliminations up. So now the pressure is on OOC, just playing still a very interesting angle onto towards that far side. But as we jump over on towards Boars Gaming, they are now just trying to figure out what is going to be that best next approach to take. Because they also have quite a bit of a way to go still, right? I mean, yeah, they were kind of end zone and then went for a different strategy.
Yeah, they were, but it's gonna be, we'll see how that plays out for them. It's gonna be interesting, to repeat myself a little bit there, but we'll see how that works out for them for sure. Digital Athletics, though, it was a team you were talking about, right, as being those really heavy hitters of Erangel, and already it might not look like much, but it is still 2 eliminations on the board so far, more than anybody else. And oh my God, somebody take these vehicles away from Layla and Seven, because they cannot drive. I'm sorry. They just can't. Enigma as well did lose one there to Mel's. Those two teams we mentioned still in zone. So now they are clashing in zone, which is exactly what you don't want to see. This is the added damage, right? You got an enemy and you've got the blue zone, which isn't going to be taking away much of your health at this stage, but is still going to be doing a little bit of damage. And you see AOR trying to avoid just that, but they're kind of moving between 2 different teams at this point, and there goes the play zone as well. If we look at the elimination feed, Mel's gonna have to try and res their buddy here, as now it's Zyke, is it? Yeah, who might be in trouble.
All right, that has been an interesting. Why are they heading away from zone? Like, maybe going for a bit of a wide flank or something.
West side? Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I see their point.
Yeah, maybe trying to get up onto the back end there of Quarry, potentially. But yeah, this might be quite the costly decision here for them. It does seem like, they've got some meds. I wouldn't say crazy amounts of that. I mean, looking at Thalia here, there's only 2 med kits. So you gotta use those quite sparingly. Fortunately, the zone is right there. So at least one.
Oh.
No, never mind. None of the team have made it out from the blue. And the zone has shifted up again. And yeah, I mean, this is a strategy for sure.
Yeah.
What kind? I can't tell you just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a decision based on the playing path, right? They're probably betting on most of the teams having not made it to that western side of the zone yet, considering it was a hard shift. But I think it's interesting that they went this far, right? They could have cut across at any point and tried to avoid teams. And in fact, in actually trying to avoid teams, they came across a couple of them. Yes, it gives them 2 eliminations, but they have lost one of their players already here. And so for a bold move like this, it might work in their favor just because they don't have to do too much to actually get into zone. And that's where probably being a 4 would have most hindered or most benefited them, and now they're not doing that. They can stay as 3. But yeah, that's surprising. We were both quite surprised by that. Yeah, we'll see how it works for them as A3 and Digital Athletics, though, turning more towards inside of the area past Quarry. They're going head-to-head here, and it's looking a little bit equal. One is low, but is not knocked, but she will get knocked in a second here. There you go, as Pixie goes down and gets traded immediately there. So very, very even fight between these two.
Yeah, it is quite the even fight coming through between both. But yeah, A3 down to a solo essentially. Same can be said here for Digital, but it does seem like Digital, they're going to get their hands on a potential res here. So Leah and Syla now going to try and make the most. Leah getting re-knocked. Quick reactions coming through here from the side of A3, but the utilities now coming in does eat away at those HP bars as well as the players. So it is now a full-on 1v2 potentially, or 1v1.5. But all the noise that they are making is drawing in quite a bit of attention. As you can see, yet another team now pushing up from that ridge line. It does seem to be the players there from S2. So the pressure is on. A3 can't move up too far. That is going to put them in quite a bit of a vulnerable position. But we do see quite a few teams actually now starting to descend down upon their angle. It's going to be Digital that lose yet another player at the expense of S2. But now, the Smolly could be the one to kind of help open up the way moving forward. A quick little bit of a push. Nice action up into the head there. Not enough to finish it up just yet, but a quick little push, quick little rush. This could be the one to close it up. Quick patch up. Oh, but what a comeback. Digital Athletics. Syla coming in clutch, just driving that nail in at the very last moment. But it has cost the team quite a bit, right? One player left, and they've got so many teams held in the vicinity.
They sure do, and that is a compound that everybody wants when it comes to a zone like this, right? It's a very, very contestable position, and it's actually quite hard to defend. So as a solo, it's probably impossible. As Venus, she's about to go down here. She's not going to have enough time. Oh, it burns just enough rather to not get her knocked there at all, but it is a good show there from her enemy as they're looking to just hold on to this attic space up at the top of this building. But these nades coming through, it's fairly easy to get those nades going as, yeah, Taste It will go down. One of them will. Atsy is going to go down, and Protasovka is on the other side here. Just the solo left alone. This is even worse, though, than A3, right? Because A3 go out last, but they have 2 eliminations this time. For Taste It, they have 0. So if they go out now, it is going to be a 0-point game for them. So this is where Protasovka has to be very, very careful. Zykazit, though, could be something that she can use, because as they take shots over towards Vio, maybe she could sneak in a quick little third party.
Yeah, maybe, right? There's it's not outside the realm of possibilities, but I like the fact that S2 are starting to loot themselves up with a little bit of that extra good loot coming through from the drops itself, so that could maybe help elevate their potential right here. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Yikes also finding himself still in a bit of a standoff alongside the players here from the side of Script Monarchy. I mean, Script, we did see them landing over towards that southern side all the way onto the military island, so it's not a major big rotation that has come through from them. And in fact, Yikes, they've not moved an inch, right? This is where they dropped.
Oh,
this is the position that they moved into. They're going to try and defend it, but it does seem like Script, they've got something else up their sleeves. And to add to that, OOC are going to be holding up on towards that lighthouse up on the hill. So things are not looking all that easy just about here. And of course, you can say the same thing on the western front. Vio as well as Tasted, all just going at each other. We do see the players there from AOR, I believe it is, off in the distance. So things getting increasingly more challenging. Not quite sure what Aurora was trying to pull there, but you know, Protasovka rather. Yeah, just capitalizing on the available opportunity.
That's crazy. I mean, she got that initial knock over onto one of those teammates, right? And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But then Aurora just beat backs her way up, and it doesn't do anything else. That's kind of crazy. I'm very surprised by that, but that will be a point going over to Protosovka. As we're really starting to see teams fall now, DK. It's only stage 4. We're down to 10 teams. The Digital Athletics and Zykozit, interestingly enough, do go out there. Now Vio have moved out of that space, but out of the frying pan into the fire just a little bit. OOC Dreamcore still here. Never mind, are not still here. They do go out just as I say that, and now Vio and Mel's Nova. Mel's actually have a fantastic position in the zone.
Yeah, a nice little bit of a anchor point that they've got set up right here on the edge. As you can see, it does allow them quite a bit of an opportunity down over the side there. Zeus also not too far away, however not secured within the zone, but they could still also try and maybe sneak a few hits in over onto the side there of Vio. So yeah, multiple opportunities available. TPS now also going to start moving on in. You got to watch out for Ida. You can see kind of just waiting, getting ready to strike. It is going to be Cupquake getting absolutely rushed on down. Beautiful bait or trap rather, getting set up there by Ida. But now let's see, can they maintain this flow, right? TPS, they have all 3 of their players right here, so they're not too spread out. They could definitely look to point all their weapons in the same direction and slowly just start ticking away at them.
They absolutely could. Vio keep going from bad to worse here in terms of those positions. Is, you know, teams on this side, they've already set up and they've been set up for a while. Ida being one of those up onto this hillside, another great position coming in from them. But now they're starting to get a little bit sandwiched between TPES and who else was that over there? S2, I think. Going to be looking for that high ground position over onto the northern side. And that's something they'll have to be very careful of. AOR moving in on the beach. I mean, the zone has shifted over towards the north of Ferry Pier, so a lot of these hills are in contention, are in play. As you say, see Vio trying to get those smokes across, trying to find some angle that they could actually use, but oh, Daddy has so many angles on them. She's making it very, very difficult for this team.
Yeah, things could look quite well for the side here of O'Daddy if the position is held, I'd say, at least for the time being. I like this by Zeus. Also just kind of sneaking in behind Mel's here, getting themselves situated up in towards zone. Things, however, still going to be quite challenging for Vio, as we can see that approach coming through the zone. Of course, now just going to be circling up right here onto the ferry pier itself. So it is going to be a small city, a small little town finish, right? A lot of compounds that these teams could utilize to their advantage. And of course, all the hills up towards that northern side as well. But the push will have to come on through. Oh, Mel's now going to be feeling as the blaze get just kind of thrown at them. And it's coming in from all directions, right? You've got AOR as they start to push on through. Coming in from the edges of zone, well, rather from that southern side, making their play. We did see Yikes also taking quite the aggressive push coming in from the western front. But it's interesting to see Ida just holding steady up on towards the north, right? That's that purple dot up on the mini screen, on the mini map. But the teams now just going to look to try and play as much of an opportunistic play here as they can. Well, the ones on the outlying portions as Oh Daddy comes through AKM to the face, and that is Vio out of there.
GG's. Really nicely played there. She is going to be a solo now, but that's okay. They got 4 eliminations and not a bad result for them at all. Yeah, you did mention that Ida are up on the top there, and it's what an example of what I had been mentioning last week was, you know, if you have that good of position, you don't wait, you don't go the minute zone tells you to. You wait and see what you can glean from that position. And you see them move in now, but only as the zone starts to come on in. So they really waited to the last possible minute to try and get that information, get those eliminations, and create an opening for themselves there. So we see now that all teams are inside the zone. Maybe only one just trying to sneak in still as the zone centers up to the eastern side there. You do see a little bit of a circle. Not that it matters much at this stage, right? Because now all these teams have to just fight each other. They're too close for comfort, and they will be looking for those points. So the zone really comes secondary at this stage.
Yeah, this is the point where you have to keep your head on an absolute swivel, right? So you can see the 5 teams up at the top of the screen. You can see where they are with regards to those health bars and how many players they still have left. So TPS, they've got 2 players to try and make the most with here. So it does seem like it is leaning still in favor of Ida, at least with regards to the amount of players that they've got left. But it's going to be TPS now, just trying to secure a few plays, still trying to improve the angles overall. AR silently is going to be moving up. Zeus looking for a little bit of something, trying to see if they can maybe whittle the players there from Ida down to even lower numbers, as they have lost one of their players. So we've got 3 across the board. That is the highest count that we have left for these teams. Zeus not going to be backing off anytime soon. As you can see, Kylie trying to send a few nades, few utilities in there, trying to poke and prod at the side here of Ida. TPS, though, not going to be holding on as they get shipped out in 5th place. But here we go. The showdown is on. And, of course, that blue zone is constricting. So it's going to be forcing the players over on towards this eastern side of the zone. AR, though, going for a little bit more of a wrap-around approach here, trying to sneak up alongside Yikes.
They sure are. I mean, AOR silently been nothing but silent, right? 11 eliminations already as Ida go out fairly swiftly after that initial crash in there. Zeus take them all out, and 12, 13 eliminations possibly now for silently. And we'll see that probably that they follow that up quite quickly here, but Zeus are going to be able to get back up on their feet as a duo, and now we see a 1v2v3 here. Zeus, AOR, and Yikes. Now, Yikes been a team we have talked about extensively in the last few nights, but they will go out in 3rd place with 3 eliminations. Not a bad start for the first night of this new week. But now, DK, 9 eliminations versus 14 on the board so far.
It's no surprise to see this kind of performance coming through from the side of AOR silently. I mean, we saw them on the previous Erangels as well. They packed in quite a bit of a punch, right? They got themselves 29 eliminations in total, so they are technically the 3rd most aggressive team that we had last week. For this week, they are just the most aggressive team on our first map, coming through with those 14 eliminations right here. Good spray up in towards Kylie. Macy now is going to be the next one to see if they can survive. The answer is no, as ARR silently, but not so silently, steps up and gets their hands on that winner chicken dinner, and packing in quite a few eliminations in there as well.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And what a big win for the first game of the day, of the night. I mean, we're looking at probably 17 eliminations coming through for that team, for AOR silently. And so we're looking at nearly a 30-point game, and it's just game 1.
Yeah, like I said, the teams are going to up the ante coming into the games here today. Right out of the gate, first bit of aggression has been shown. And I think this gives the lobby a pretty good idea as to what to expect in the coming few matches. But what a performance Erangel has had there for us. It's good to see a few teams definitely continuing with a lot of that consistency that we saw already starting to build up over in week number 1. But of course, we had a few other teams definitely looking to step up the ante, right? I mean, Zeus, last week, if you looked at how they played Erangel, you would have said, yeah, I mean, 17 points total, it's okay, right? About an average of 4 points per game. Here they come into this match. I think they had like 9 eliminations the last time I saw their elimination count, and they secured themselves that 2nd place finish. So that is going to bode quite well for them, and it's going to give them a great head start, at least out of, after the first match with regards to those points, and it just helps that extra bit more.
Yes, it does. It does indeed. And yikes as well. Coming in with a
Yeah.
substantially quieter match with those 3 eliminations, but it's still a 3rd place. It's still an excellent
Yeah.
result for the first game, and it really sets this tone and sets the pace of how they might want to play the rest of the evening. Now, yeah, you have a different match or a different map rather coming on up soon in the next one, but yeah, it really sets the tone for sure and helps them get that momentum going, right? Certainly better than going out in last place, let's put it that way. But AOR silently, 16 eliminations, 2.2k damage dealt is an insane stat for the first game of the night.
Yep, definitely an insane stat. And again, that HP recovered is going to be quite low this time around, as we saw such a brutal engagement across the entirety of this zone. But of course, we got to give that long range hit over to the side of Yikes. 1 meter shy of hitting 370. So, yeah, some pretty impressive stuff that we've had right here. Of course, the eliminations is going to be a little bit lower than what we saw last week. Reason is we've only got 16 teams in the lobby. We don't have 18.
Yes.
So the numbers tend to usually go a little bit slower, right? Or a little bit lower. But yeah, so a good start, I would say, out of the just for the first match. But now we got to see how it all measures up. And of course, our first MVP for this week is going to be none other than Matesha here, coming through with those 6 eliminations and 824 damage.
Sheesh, and 0 assists as well. All her elims and all her damage are hers alone. A really, really good show of skill there for the first game. And yeah, Matesh, as you said, putting in some really, really good work here. And it does give some hope for the next match. I believe AOR have been very good on Miramar in the past. So with that coming up and with this win and with Matesh's MVP status coming right off the bat, Miramar is looking like it's going to be quite good for them.
Yeah, definitely does seem to be that way. But speaking about good, we need to take a look and see what the rest of the situations is, right? It is going to be AOR, of course, in securing themselves with that glorious 26 points coming through. Looking at the elimination spread, it actually extends all the way to that 13th position. And everybody's still backing in quite a bit, right? It's only TPS and Tasted that got themselves a single elim. Everybody else just, went guns a-blazing.
They sure did. So many teams actually getting 4 eliminations. And so that's going to be 4 points rather. A lot of teams getting 3 or 4 eliminations off the get-go. But yeah, you're looking at the teams more over in the top 4, right? I mean, even Ida being able somehow, in quotations, of course, but only being able to secure 4 eliminations from that dominant position is quite a surprise to me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it shouldn't be all too surprising because we've already seen what a few of these teams have kind of snuck to us, right, within that first week. So it doesn't really come as too much of a surprise. We were kind of expecting the teams to really up it with regards to the aggression. Of course, our first few MVPs, our top performers out of this first game is going to be right here. I'm going to try and pronounce names, but I'm going to mess them up quite badly. So we got Macy from Zeus and Matesha over on the other side, as well as another one of AOR's players there. I'm sorry, but I'm going to butcher your name if I try and say that. I have to practice a little bit.
Gelevaya, maybe something like that.
There
yeah.
we go.
Please DM me. I want to know how to pronounce that. But yeah, so really, really good damage and eliminations coming through. And actually, they're all very, very even, right? There's really not that much difference between them. And so it is starting off very much an even fight amongst these teams. So far, okay, yeah, it's only game 1. Am I exaggerating? Maybe a little bit. But so far, it's looking like it's going to be a very even, narrow point gap between these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what we want to see, right? The teams keeping it very contentious, keeping it quite challenging. It's not going to be an easy push to try and climb all the way up to into that top 10 position. But what's nice, at least the first day for Group A and B playing right here, is that there's only 16 teams, right? So either which way, they'll all at least end up in the top 16, right? It's only once we add the next group on that the pressure starts building, and that is where especially the teams in Group A, are going to start wondering, right, have they done enough to secure their overall positioning, right? Because if you look at the players here from AOR, they are, of course, part of Group A. So the same can be said here for the players from Zeus as well. So I'm expecting them to really give it their all today and tomorrow, seeing that those are the only days that they have to perform. So starting it off like this, I think really sets a good foundational standard for them moving through the rest of the day.
It absolutely is. I mean, there is always, not only is it only top 10 now that go through, but it is also the fact that you have an extra day where you don't get to play at all and others do. So that's going to be a lot of pressure coming in, which means every game has to count that much more. But DK, we are done with Erangel now. We're going to be getting into Miramar very, very shortly. But before that, we're going to be taking a short break. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend. enveloped by the powers of the four guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Game number 1 out of the way. We're looking for game number 2, DK. This is looking to be really a heated game. See what I did there? But a really good heated game indeed, especially after those performances over on Erangel. We saw some heavy hitting games, heavy hitting points coming into that first game of the day. And Miramar should be no different.
Well, yeah, maybe, right?
Maybe.
It's gonna be an interesting one because looking at the groups that we have participating, right? Zeus is essentially the only one out of them that has had a winner chicken dinner over here. Right, but that was last week's statistics. That's not this week's statistics, right? That could all change quite easily.
True.
So it's going to be up to these teams to prove themselves, how they're going to look to kind of play through this. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on Ida Esports to see what they're going to be bringing through, seeing that they've been the most aggressive team out of this lobby in the previous week. So they've shown that they like Miramar quite a bit. So I want to see how far that extends. Will it roll over on to this week, or will we have some other teams looking to come knocking at the door?
I also want to know if there's going to be a couple of sneaky hot drops. I mean, we did see one in Picado last week, but neither of those teams are actually with us this week. So we might see completely new hot drops, completely new teams, but honestly, the way that these teams are playing and the way that we only have 16 teams rather than the 18, I don't think that's really going to be on the cards, especially not for Miramar, which is such a big map, right? Maybe a little bit of Sanhok, you could see that, you could see the reasoning for it, but not on a map like this, especially as that zone moves over. I mean, it's not center, but it's kind of center to the majority of the land, right? That's a decent chunk of the map being used right there. So the zone is not too bad at all. And in fact, we do have a hot drop though over on Picado and over by Power Grid as well.
Ooh, right. So yeah, we'll take it. We've got Script Monarchy being one of our first teams in that hot drop, going toe to toe here with Digital Athletics. So I'm curious as to what Digital are going to be looking to bring in here. They've not had the craziest run in the previous Miramar, so maybe this one they'll look to take get that step further. The same can be said about Script, right? Both teams, they've not really shown their full potential on the. This could maybe give us a bit of to what that could be coming into this week. This positioning that both teams have here, right? Script Monarchy up to the north, Digital down towards that south side, and both kind of respecting the space. Yes, we do see Digital with a bit of an expansion coming through here, starting to try and maybe move up that wide. But again, nothing overly, right? Both teams a good assessment as to what's cooking.
Yeah, and that's where the information is going to be so vital. These positions are both really good for that information gathering, and that's what you really want. The other advantage is, of course, that both of these teams have an exit. They have a way out, right? But I don't think Script Monarchy are looking to take that out when it's been given to them, and we'll see how that goes for them. As IDA have a much calmer start to their game, right? We got a lot of vehicles coming through here. And then we move over to the big one, Picado. The Picado hot drop here, DK. It's Zeus versus Zykozit. And unfortunately, I'm kind of feeling like it is going to be a red building fight, as it always is. And it's just like, why?
Well, it's okay. It's okay. It can go for red buildings. It can go essentially for any colored buildings it wants to go for. For the time being, we are going to be looking right here. It's going to be Script and Digital, both teams now trying to make the most of the angles. I like the fact here that Script went for a bit of a play, trying to push up that eastern side over on towards Digital. But, I mean, Digital, I think they kind of knew something was coming. Because looking at the way that they just kind of fell back onto those ridge lines in anticipation of the push is actually paying out quite well here for them. And another potential point of contention that we have, of course, is right here up into the casino and the rest of the area up in towards Picado. We've got the players here from Zeist and Zeus, right? So a bit of that double Z action coming through here. Both teams going to be looking to get themselves a little bit of a something, right? And I like the fact here that Zeist actually went for a nice wraparound play. They've encircled Zeus.
Well, that's the kind of formations you want to be seeing, but Zeus have fairly wisely put themselves up into the red buildings, of course, and we all know that that becomes a very long, drawn-out fight, and potentially not one that Zykozit actually want to have happen. They might just decide to go away and opt out, but we'll see how that starts to shape up there. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're not really all that looted up, to be honest. Yes, they've got armor, they've got weapons, but they don't have any meds. I mean, Maisie has nothing. She's got one smoke, and that is it. There's not much utility coming through for Maisie, and perhaps that's why she's on the back line, and hopefully Kylie has something a little bit better there, because, yeah, she does not have the sight line able to cover her teammate, and Cry is looking like she's in a little bit of trouble as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting play coming through from the side of Zeus. They don't necessarily have, I think, adequate information to make that push, right? They know where some of the players are, but they don't know where the dangerous players are positioned. So I think this is why we did see Kylie getting taken on down, right? Zeus did try to push up towards the north, but unfortunately, Zeist just had a slightly more superior angle on towards them. So yeah, things starting to lean, at least in the favor of Zeist. But now the pressure is on Zeus as to how they're going to look to respond to this, right? Because Zeist slowly starting to converge up towards the north, still keeping that 2-2 split up, which I think is a good call on their end. But Zeus now find themselves in a 1-1-1 split. So that makes it quite challenging, because if something was to go wrong here for either of Zeus, there's nothing that they can really do to assist their teammate.
It's very true. I mean, I do appreciate what Zeus was trying to do there. Oh, nice little off angle, and Sona does just duck down in time. But I do appreciate what Zeus was trying to do, right? They were trying to start the fight. They were trying to be aggressive with it. Unfortunately, yeah, the positioning just didn't really allow for that, and it has rather allowed Darcy to get a nasty little spray over to Cry, and now Batsu does go down as well here. It's just Maisie left alive, the one player without any meds to speak of. Will she get one? No, she cannot get the knock. And Zeus, following that second place, that huge game for them, they go out with 0.
Yeah, that was a good showing though from Zeiss Gazette here. A true depiction of divide and conquer. Right? They split Zeus up, or well, Zeus split themselves up, and then Zeitgeist was just like, well, thanks. Now we don't have to do that part, but we'll do the other bit, right? We'll push up and kind of just take you off of this map. So I think a very well executed strategy coming through here from Zeiss. But now comes the next bit, right? They have nobody in their immediate area that they need to be too concerned about. We did see S2 dropping a little bit further down towards that southern side, but it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be infringing on their position up towards the north. However, I think it's a good opportunity for Zeiss now to maybe get themselves a little bit further in towards that zone, because looking at where the flight path was, all these teams were pretty much over onto the perimeter of the zone.
I'm wondering. The zone, I'm wondering because the zone has quite moved away from the plane path, right? The plane path was very northwesternly, and we're starting to see a lot of these rotations coming through now, which means a lot of these teams are not actually really in the position they want to be. This is where we're going to start to see a lot of rotational knocks coming through, as you start to see it right now. Hate Me going down. Will she go out? Probably not at this distance, at this range, but Yikes now being stalled on their pathward in, and S2 Female could potentially grab a couple of points here if they so desired. We'll have to see how that works out for them. But yeah, this is where I think we've entered the stage of the game now, DK, where the zone, or rather the teams, are going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, it could be quite dangerous indeed. And I think this is kind of what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams being challenged, being pushed, and they have to try and make the most out of the situation that they've been dealt. So for now, it's going to be a slight shift down towards that western side of the zone. And it's not going to be a major transition for a lot of our teams that we've had. They've been quite active, right? Looking at the way that they've kind of got themselves situated and then moved up. So I think there's a good read. We also did see the players there from Mel's Nova over on towards that far western side up in Via Del Mar. So I like the fact that they've kind of rotated up behind the players from Enigma Dolls and TPES, right? So it does open up an interesting strategy that we could see potentially play out a little bit later on. But for now, pretty decent coverage of the zone itself, right? We got a good strong spread coming through here. I mean, Ida, that we saw them towards the southern side of Los Leones. The players here from A3, a little bit more towards that western side, but quite proactive with how they're scouting the area, right? Move up a little bit, scout it out. Move up a little bit more, scout it out. Gather the information, and then make those informed pulls from there.
It is the way to go, I think, especially on a map this big, on a map this open as well. You only want to do it a little bit at a time, and Boars are going to be making their way into Los Leones, it looks like, where Ida are and have been since the beginning of the game. I think that's the only team that is truly set in that position, right? They're looking the best inside this zone, and yeah, there's plenty of room for those other teams to come into the city, but Ida is looking the most set up in that position as well. So Boars could have a little bit of a problem moving in there. We'll have to see how that goes for them. But Zeitgeist here, they are going to be looking to finally move out of Picado. And for a lot of these teams, they can just have this leisurely rotation. They don't have to worry too much about the zone because, it's early yet. It's early days. The zone's not moving in yet. I do appreciate the early rotations because that does mean that if you get in there early, you have more time before the next phase, so you can plan a little bit more ahead. So I do like this, and it's interesting that we're seeing that from the majority of teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy to be taking right here.
Oh,
Now, it is, of course, still Mel's Nova playing a little bit of bumper cars here with themselves over towards
Twice,
the
for goodness
edge
sake.
of Zone. But Zone is going to slowly start moving on up. Of course, they find themselves towards that southwestern front still, right? We did see them out in the blue, now just making the, we could call it landfall, right? Looking to get themselves patched up and ready for whatever the opposing teams could be throwing at them. But realistically, Minas del Valle, rather, where they found themselves, wasn't all too occupied, right? TPS, they've moved up from that southern side. Again, not an overly aggressive push that we've seen come through. But I think it's also still just that due diligence that is being done here, right? TPS trying to advance and find themselves a good position to call home for the time being. But I'm also interested to see what's going to be happening over towards that Chumacera position. OOC taking occupancy, and there's nobody else at this point in time that is looking to contend for that. But it's all going to depend, of course, on how this next zone is going to be shifting.
It is indeed, and I think you're seeing a lot of those teams decide that it is going to go to the west a little bit. It's going to center up, but it's going to also go to that western side. Chumacera and Los Leones both going to be inside it. What is interesting is that you're also not seeing any teams in the graveyard, La Bendita. You're not seeing anybody onto the south side of Los Leones on those cliff sides either. There's a lot of open ground for teams who might want to take it, but they seem to be preferring to actually kind of go up against each other and favor their where they think zone is actually going to be going. And for a lot of these teams, the idea seems to be the same.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about same ideas, Zeitgeist, they've decided to move out of Pecado, moving up onto the hills, and that's where Vaio finds himself situated. So yeah, they're all now getting ready for a little bit of a discussion as to who will be holding on to the territory. Of course, that zone has come through as well. We've now just jumped into our second phase, so that is going to spark a few moves coming through from a few teams. As you can see, Mel's now moving slightly further up north, so that means the zone gave us a nice northern shift. Doesn't seem to be all that aggressive, but that's kind of the norm over on the map here of Miramar. That first initial zone is sometimes the wacky one, and then from there, things kind of just goes a little bit smoother. So it does provide the teams with a little bit of peace of mind, I'd say. They don't have to stress all that much getting their follow-up rotations secured. Yikes, though, also still going to be looking quite comfortable. We did see them over on towards that more southern side. They've moved up a little bit closer towards Chumacera, but again, not a full commit, right? Just kind of getting up close to the area here, trying to see if they can maybe spot a few stragglers.
And I don't hate the idea either, right? There's going to be a lot of those late rotations. It depends on where you are in the zone, but if you're ideally situated, you're catching both the late stragglers and the early birds at the same time, right? Those early rotations will go past you just as much as the late ones. So there's an opportunity for a lot of eliminations going your way as TPES, Cupquake here and Enigma Dolls, they found each other just outside of zone, which means that, as you were saying earlier, everybody's predictions were correct. It has gone center, but more westernly than easternly, and so a lot of these teams were actually correct in their predictions as well. But Enigma Dolls, yeah, looking at Cupquake here as the rest of her team looks at the rest of that team as well. There's a lot of intermingling going on here. You got a couple of different 1-2 splits across the board as a team from above does look to actually look over this and try and third party this at the same time, and Cupquake realizes her danger. That's a great off angle coming in from Mami there, but that means that Cupquake sees the danger and goes straight back to the compound.
Yeah, but it's an interesting angle here by Enigma Dolls because they're essentially trying to gatekeep TPS from gaining that position up in towards the zone, but they got to be careful because if TPS really wants this, they are not going to let themselves be bullied by Enigma Dolls. We can see now trying to send out a little bit of a barrage here. Bloom cooking that nade a little bit too long. It does come a bit short. Sends out another one, trying to kind of recover a bit of that opportunity. But I think especially looking at Mami should now start to turn their attention over onto the side of Ida. That is going to be looking to make that push towards zone as well, right? You don't want to get caught off guard. Mami now seems rotating up here, trying to just reinforce the position. But I hope that Mami has spotted Ida up on the hill.
Yeah, because of all the teams to be lurking in the distance, Ida is one of the scarier ones to have on the hill above you for sure. And they could do some really, really bad stuff to you if you're not careful. Just like Fire is actually looking out over onto TPE, or rather, sorry, Yikes. They're looking at Yikes as they try and make their hasty retreat there and get rid of Enigma, leave them behind. Ida are trying to call them back a little bit. So still the danger is not over for Yikes, and Enigma do have to be careful as we see OOC Dreamcore, I have to say, in one of my favorite spots on Miramar. That church outside of Chumacera is such a great spot to have.
Yeah, especially looking at how the zone had shifted up, it does provide them with quite a bit of a vantage point to play off of. So, yeah, let's see what they can make happen with that angle. In the meanwhile, it is going to be A3 still keeping a very tight angle here on towards S2. S2 with a very challenging position to play out of, right? I'm not quite sure how they found themselves in such a complicated spot, but let's see if they can bounce back from that. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Yikes. Also now just trying to alleviate a little bit of the pressure and tension that is starting to build around them. Ida also starting to poke and prod up into the side of Enigma. As I mentioned before, they needed to watch out for that, and that is exactly what has now come to pass. OOC, though, like this aggression. Starting to push, starting to play, trying to break through into the side here of Mel's. And having varying levels of success in doing so, but that is what we like to see, right? You still got to try and keep that angle up. I like the smoke as Bazumi tries to cover the way for 7. Now to quickly just get out of dodge. Enigma Dolls will make their way back into the lobby, but OOC now trying to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they are, but Enigma does go out to Ida, so the warning from before was very much a threat going forward there, but Ida going to move forward with 4 eliminations there. And OOC Dreamcore somehow, I think, are going to be able to get, yeah, they do. They get their teammate back up and running. Their backup is 4, so Mel's now have to be careful with how they play this. They no longer have that advantage. And it's also going to be difficult to do anything with this, right? Because that compound has some big sides to it, but the middle bit is actually very, very open. It's a very open compound, and when you have teams as close as you have in this match, in this phase of the game, it is going to be a difficult thing to try and fight that and fight everybody else at once. So it could be one of those things where actually it's just easier to let them stay in that compound and just, you know, kind of scowl at them from time to time through the window. But we'll see how that goes for them as we look over to AOR Silently, our big winners of the Erangel match. They're up to 2 eliminations at the moment. Not the most massive count we've seen from them, but it is stage 4, and we're looking as the zone gets closer and closer to see more from them as we go over to Ida as well, just trying to full send their way into zone and being surrounded by teams. And actually, it doesn't really look like it's going to be all that fantastic for them, but maybe Taste It are going to change all that. No, indeed, she cannot get those hits off effectively. Now she's got 2-2 split. That is, as Taste It will take that point, and Ida, after such a great start to the game, will have to move on as a duo.
But it's an interesting development that we're looking at here, because Ida, Taste It, and the players there from Balls Gaming have all been close to each other since the previous zone.
True.
So they've not really made major moves. Well, Athena goes flying through trees because why not? Right, you're going to add some extra excitement onto this match. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Yikes and Digital trying to kind of piece things together down on that far southern side. Well, it's going to be easy though for Digital, as they don't have to piece anything together for the remainder of this game. Their performance has been sealed up. 1 elimination to their name. TPES though also does succumb to the blue as Cupquake shivers their way on out of here. Now it is down to our 12 remaining teams. And Zeitgeist, still, I think this is actually quite a decent position that they've got here. I mean, sure, they're not in zone, but they've got great lines of sight onto the team's position to the south of them. And as we saw in that first week, usually right about this point of the game, right, a team that is positioned towards the north most of the time has a pretty decent run with regards to the follow-up phases.
They sure do, and I'm ensconced with this positioning here across two dominant hills, both outside the zone, both equally strong, and it's gonna be a really is going to be a battle of wills as to who is going to win that out. And I'm also shocked that at stage 5 we still have 12 teams left alive, and I think that's going to very quickly dwindle as we start to see a lot of vehicles being on the move right now. And Taste it's going to be the first to taste a little bit of death there as their second player goes on down. I think, yep, there we go, and that's going to be Monarchy going down, A3 having a bit of a hard time. Boar is just trying to take as many of these points as they possibly can, and this eastern side is looking quite busy as Amelia has to get into zone herself. There we go. She's got to grab that buggy and get out of dodge just a little bit. Yikes, still have a great position in zone. What is it with these cars? Great position in zone for Yikes. Great position for Zyke is it, as AOR move off the hill first. They're in a nice little compound for the moment, but they're still outside of zone. Boars as well, and actually somehow it's the duo of Ida that are the best situated.
Yep, I mean, they've got a solid position there now to play out of, but let's see what is going to happen towards the southern edge of zone. Boars Gaming just making sure that the coast is clear before they start sending it on forward. But I still say, Zeitgeist, they've got a phenomenal position here. I mean, I wasn't sure at first, but now looking at how the zone has played out, they still, it has now evolved into quite the angle. And still, they're not within zone. They still have 90-odd meters to go. But it's going to be a slow, steady push moving on forward. And they can just use this elevated angle now to their advantage and kind of let the rest of the lobby just settle it for them. Still going to be quite watchful there of AOR, right? It's not going to be just a clear send, but it does seem to be a little bit easier than it could have been. And now it's not going to be all that easy though for Venus, the solo player left for the squad here. Going to try and hold on. That airdrop coming in like a cherry on top of the cake. Just sitting there in the middle of the fights like, oh yeah, by the way, there's some extra loot here should you want it. You're probably not going to get it, but you can try and come pick it up. And this is now where Zeitgeist find themselves in, quite an interesting spot. Actually getting saved there as the sprays just rained on in. That was Mel's Nova taking down Yikes, who just rushed up onto Zeitgeist here. And of course, as we can see, the pressure has all but dissolved over on towards that northeastern side of the zone. So, yeah, I think there's still a bit of an opportunity for Zeitgeist to maybe get themselves into a very strong contentious position here. But it's all going to rely on what is happening over down towards the southern side.
It really is. It really matters for both of these teams that they finish this fight as soon as possible. And OOC is not looking like it's going to go in their favor. Just a solo. It is Bazumi. She could do something in a 1v2, but it's a really hard ask, and unfortunately it's too hard. 2 eliminations in a top 4 position is not bad for the start of the day, and it does, as you say, leave room for Zeitgeist here to actually do something, right? You've got these 2 teams looking at each other. Unfortunately, they have a lot more cover than you do, and they're more in zone, so it is going to be difficult for Zeitgeist to actually do something massive here, but certainly there could be a couple more points along the way for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot here for Zeitgeist to play off of. As you know, I'm not a big fan of smokes this late in the game because it does make your position pretty damn obvious, but they don't have any other options, right? That's the only way that they could potentially get back in towards that zone. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Mel's Nova and Boars Gaming now going at each other, just having a bit of a back and forth, bit of an altercation, bit of an exchange. But you got to watch out.
There we go.
That is going to be an unfortunate end for Zeitgeist. At least, though, made it top 3, right? But look at this board. Boar is now already on 14 eliminations. They've decided to kind of just bounce back as aggressively as they can, and they're just poking into anything and everything that is moving around them. And I mean, it doesn't really come as too much of a surprise based on what we saw from them in the prior Miramars. But so far, things are looking to play out quite favorably for them here. I mean, Mel's and Boars, both teams had the exact same amount of eliminations.
Wait, who?
But that's going to be
Boars.
it. Boars Gaming. They
Nice.
close it up. They were like, you know what? Thanks for coming. We'll take it from here. And they end the run there for Mel's Nova to claim the chicken dinner for themselves. And again, the team who gets the chicken ends up well within those double-digit elims.
That's very, very true. I mean, you got 24 points on the board there, or 26 probably. As you see that, I'm actually quite surprised that Boars did win. It's a big step up from what we've seen from them before, right? They have had no wins on Miramar before, and they've not had that many points on Miramar before either. But this is what we were talking about since the beginning of the show, right? Where you have this new phase, this new stage that has increased its intensity, and you've got to increase your intensity along with it. So this is the kind of games we need to continue seeing in order for those teams to get the points they need.
Yeah, no, you can't argue with that fact. And it's interesting to see kind of just how the dynamics shift and how the teams try to kind of play their hands, right? I mean, the zone presented a few challenging shifts as the teams try to make their plays. But looking at a team like Mel's, for instance, just like how far they've rotated, right? The rotation that they brought with them, it was a pretty crazy rotation, right? Because at the start of the day, they dropped all the way in Pozo, right? From Pozo, they went down towards that western side, all the way around the southern front, you know, kind of moving in, sneaking their way on forward, continuing to apply pressure where they couldn't. Well, things went in specific directions. Boars, on the other hand, they dropped not too far from where Mel's Nova were, but they just went straight down. They were like, well, we're north. We're going to go south and just keep going south until we land ourselves a winner chicken dinner. And that is exactly what they did. So well done to them.
Yeah, a big GG's going their way. 17 eliminations. And I'm going to say something that's slightly controversial, not really, but maybe, is that even when we had our Group A, even with Galatasaray, I don't think we saw this big or this consistent of big games, right? We had maybe a 13 elim game or we had a 9 elim game, but only a couple of times did we have a win that also came with at least 16 eliminations. And this time we've had back to back of exactly that.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see if that trend is going to continue throughout the remainder of the day. But one thing that's new, though, is going to be, well, 1100 damage on board, right? Falia locking in 7 eliminations and, of course, getting a complimentary bell from Neptura.
Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. There you go. 7 eliminations. Again with the 0 assists. What is with the MVPs of the matches? Just having it all for themselves. No assists. They're like, no, you can't have this elim. This is mine. 7 eliminations. Thank you very much. 1,100 damage. So Mel's as well proving that they had just as good of a game, except they just didn't get that win.
Yeah, close enough, right? It's close enough. It's still, as you said, a pretty good game coming through. But of course, speaking about good games, good stats, we are going to take a look to see where this whole match has led us towards, right? So 7 eliminations is going to bode quite well, but if we look at that, right, it is 70% of the total eliminations coming through for Mel's, at least in this match. So Boris is going to be feeling quite happy with their 27 points alongside their name. Looking at the rest of the teams, though, again, right, the elimination counts continue to flow all the way towards 13th place yet again. But it's up to about 10th place where we can see some decent elimination counts making their way on through. And I think especially looking at Boars, this is a good bounce back for them, seeing that they had not the most favorable performance over on Erangel to start the day off with. So sneaking in, or not sneaking in, but come running in with 27 points, that's a good statement to make.
That is an excellent statement to make. And also for AOR, this was a decent game. I mean, they didn't have a massive game, but they do still get 7 total points, right? Which means that they are able to keep ahead, even though Boars had such a strong game that equaled theirs, or even went actually 1 point ahead of theirs. With that good result for Miramar, they are able to stay ahead, unlike DK Zeus. I don't know what happened with Zeus, but they just went out very, very quickly. 0 eliminations, 0 placement points. Now, all of a sudden, they went from a position of strength to having to catch up.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of just how the shift goes, right? That is just what the game brings on through. I mean it's not going to be too costly for Zeus, right? They still find themselves up in that 5th position, so there's still a big opportunity for quite a bit of bouncing to come back into this game. Enigma Dolls though, we want to see them let it loose a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We've had the first 2 games done and dusted now, so this could be the opportunity moving into the next map to really unlock all the carnage that they can find for their side. We've seen the players from Tasted, we've seen the players from Script Monarchy showcase their capabilities in last week's performances. We want to see a little bit more something come through from the Enigma Dolls, right? Because the last time we saw them over on Sanhok, yeah, it was with varying results of amazement, and we want amazing levels of surprises to come on through.
Yeah, we really, really do. Fingers crossed Enigma can maybe do something a little bit better in the Sanhok that will be coming up. But of course, you all know the drill by now. Before that, we will be heading to a short break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. We're about to go into what is my favorite map of the evening. We're about to get into Sanhok, DK. There's all the chaos you need in one tiny map right there as we head on in, where 16 teams will be going head to head as that zone gets smaller and smaller.
Oh, yes. Smaller and smaller indeed. That is what we're going to be looking at to see where these teams will try and get themselves situated, as we have ourselves a western flight path, but it is Sanhok, so it doesn't matter too much where exactly the flight path is. The teams can still get themselves pretty adequately situated, irrespective of the flight path itself. But I think the big question here is, of course, where that zone is going to be going, right? And how these teams are going to be looking to kind of make their plays through it, because that zone utility or utilization could be the thing that takes them all the way. Speaking about all the way, it's Yikes and Vio that find themselves all the way down towards Sami and already getting into a bit of a tussle.
Aren't they just? That's really surprising to see from both of these teams here, to be honest. And we have actually more than one hot drop going on. Boars, our last game's winners, and Digital Athletics. What is it with the winners of the last game and hot dropping? We saw it with Zeus, unfortunately going out early there. I mean, yes, they didn't win, okay, but like doing well in this previous match and then going head to head straight off the bat here seems to be a trend that we're seeing. And honestly, DK, I don't like it all that much, but the zone has shifted and we're seeing that countdown start to go off.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the countdown though. It is going to be a slow, steady countdown. There's still 2 minutes and a lot of change left before we get anywhere close to what that blue zone is going to be bringing on through. But yeah, Boars, Digital, both teams finding themselves in a bit of a stare down here without seeing the opposing team on the opposite end. But I'm curious as to how this one is going to play out, because, I mean, Boars historically have only found themselves 2 points on this map, all of which has come through from eliminations. Looking over to the side of Digital, they found a winner-winner chicken dinner and 16 points in total, right? 6 of those, of course, being eliminations. The other 10, obviously, is the chicken dinner itself. So, yeah, statistically speaking, Digital might have the upper hand, but that might have just been Boars, as we've said, right? Not really worrying all too much about Sanhok. And it's okay, because Sanhok is that map where teams can try and make up for points that they felt they might have lost out on in the first 2 games. So I'm curious as to how both these squads are going to look to take this. I like this nice little bit of a trade-off going either side. It is looking to be quite favorable now for the Boars. They've got themselves an elimination. There's 2 players up, and Amelia going all the way around, going for the full wrap approach. And look at this. It's going to be Boars Gaming just absolutely encircling the players here from Digital Athletics.
They really are, but notice how what Amelia is doing is drawing the attention of Digital Athletics away. It's distracting them a little too much, in my opinion. As Logica comes over, she's going to be able to get this res now because they're not even looking in her direction. She's been allowed to move over. Now they start to look again. And look, as the team of Boars moves back, it seems like perhaps that entire play was only to get that res.
Well, they got to watch out, because Athletics, they did start moving out. So Logica could, yeah, get fired upon, as Syla does exactly that. Leah going in for the res, trying to get the team back on their feet. A quick little bit of a push here. But both teams now have had the opportunity to get their wounded back up. Oh, but at the same time, the Boars have sprung into action, just swooping on through, and now just absolutely disassembling what is left here of the Athletics team. Digital Athletics have 1 left. It is going to be Syla now trying to make a run for the north, trying to get the heck out of Dodge. But with 4 players hot on your heels, there's not a lot of options available to you.
Well, yeah, especially when look at the ground behind her. It's so open, she cannot even hope to get across there, and Boars know it. So we will be looking probably at her going out very, very soon here. She's not even inside the building, actually. She's actually behind it. I'm surprised that Lisa didn't see her there, but should be able to be spotted very soon. There you go. And that's going to be our first team out. Digital Athletics are not having the day we expected them to be honest, DK. After last week, they put on such a strong performance, I thought, that really we thought we would see more from them here.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they're the only team in this group, right, this week that has had the opportunity of getting their hands on a winner chicken dinner on this map. But, right, as you've said before, also, we've not seen that many Sanhoks being played, right? So they've only played 2. So, yeah, it's not really something we can draw a lot of statistics from if we're being fair about the whole situation. But what is quite nice though is the fact that the teams have started to really commit to getting themselves situated down south. We did see Ace3 and as well as Ida, or sorry, that was the players from Zeus, passing by each other, not necessarily taking an engagement, but they came pretty dang close. And another development that we are also noting on the feed is that well, there's a little bit of a something brewing over in towards Trifecta, as well as right here, just over towards the western side of Quarry.
Yeah, there sure is, and it's actually a lot of happenings over by the Quarry side, as a lot of teams are deciding that this is where it's going to center up, and so there we go. We're going to be seeing a couple more teams leave us very early on, and S2 moving into now that 4 elimination bracket, that squad wipe bracket, one of only 2 so far, but I tell you what, Vio are vying for that as well. Mel's down to just, Yikes down to just a solo there because of Vio very early on in the game, and I really have to admire Vio. They're very plucky. I mean, as soon as I mentioned them, they're going down in the elimination feed there, but they're very plucky. Even if they're down to a solo, they do not hesitate to try and get as many eliminations as possible, and in this game so far, it seems to be working out for them. They do lose 1 as the altercations continue to go down, but could all turn around very, very quickly on Sanhok, as we know. But Script Monarchy trying something here. I did notice, DK, that A3 did split off a little bit. One of the A3 players didn't get off of the plane until the very, very end, when the rest of her teammates had gone out much earlier. So they were able to actually get rezzed, or return, regroup as it were, and actually regroup in such a way as to really scare Script Monarchy here. But unfortunately for A3, it doesn't seem to be working out quite the way they wanted it to. We do see 2 down for them now, and they aren't just a solo. But Zeus may have something else to say about it. We'll see, as that is going to be a flush and a knock as well.
Yeah, I was about to say that they need to be watchful for Zeus that we have on the offside here, because Script Monarchy essentially got themselves quite a bit of a sandwich. A very loose sandwich, but a sandwich nonetheless. So, yeah, things slowly getting taken apart here. A3 still have quite a bit of an opportunity to kind of pick themselves back up and start pushing on forward. So not all hope is lost for A3 just yet, but you were talking about the engagements that we are seeing come through. It does seem like the pressure of on towards Vio has ceased, at least for the time being, but they do find themselves still having to try and deal with this blue zone. So Aurora, it is fortunately still only stage number 2, so the blue zone is going to not be too devastating, but you definitely want to get the heck out of Sami, because otherwise that is going to be the end of your map right then and there. Aurora getting that medkit, or that, the medkit applied, so they should be okay, at least for the time being. In the meanwhile, looking closer towards center zone, it is going to be Ida as well as TPES. Just having a bit of a stare down here. Both teams just hoping for a bit of an opportunity here. You can see Cupquake knows that there's something happening in the vicinity. He's got that angle in the compound. So it's going to be up to Athena and the rest of the players here from Ida Esports to decide whether or not they're going to allow to share some of that information with TPS.
It is a bit of a quandary indeed. There's not that much visibility onto the rest of TPES, but it is certain that Ida have the better position in terms of that high ground, and Cupquake as well to be wary. Yeah, I mean, so far in zone, they're fine, right? Quarry is kind of slap bang in the middle of this circle, so they don't have that to contend with at least, which at least gives them time to be able to make this play. But you do see there are certain teams waiting in the wings, and they know this. There must be fights going on elsewhere. Taste It and Boars, though, 2 down for Boars over in the elimination feed, and I will just say that as they go out very swiftly there, I don't even know what happened, but they are still, or were still up onto the island, right? The North Island. And as they came through ruins, it looks like they did fall straight through into Taste It. So that is where that's coming from. But it was a very, very late rotation from Boars.
Yeah, it was not the quickest one that we've seen from their side. But, you know, I guess it'll work, at least for the time being. Speaking about rotations, though, it is going to be S2 and AOR. We've seen them have a bit of a back and forth for a little while now. It's going to be Freya keeping close eye here. We got Anissa just rotating up, trying to get back onto their teammate. But it's still going to be a 3-piece over onto the S2 side here. AOR holding on with 3 of their own. Now looking to make that 4 yet again. And if AOR could turn this one around, there could still be quite a bit of an opportunity. Also, just before that zone decides where it wants to go. Kitty trying to dodge the shots all over the place, but unfortunately not tap dancing fast enough. S2 female. Now, they've smelt it, right? They can taste the blood in the air. They're going to look to move on in. We've got Batesha trying to find a little bit of a way, a bit of an approach to kind of contest with the rush that is going to be coming on forward. But Freya and teammates are not going to be holding back. They send it in, and they sweep them away. AOR silently make their way out. Off they go, 1 elimination to their name.
Seems like it was a bit of a curse to win the first game, because after that, they've not done as well. I mean, yes, I did praise them for keeping that a little bit of that consistency with 7 points total in the last game, but this is 1 point on Sanhok. Now, it's not the end of the world, it's only a Sanhok, but still, it has not been as good as that first win that we saw from them, as Enigma now trying to do something, but again, DK, it's not going well for them at all. 0 eliminations, and really, they're down to just a duo, possibly a solo after Bloom does get it done, though. So a nice, good job there from Bloom. She is going to get that 1 elim, and in so doing, confirm another 2 for her team. So it is going it's going better for them. I'm not going to say it's going very well, because I was just saying it wasn't. It's going better now.
Sure. I mean, you've also said before that it's going quite goodly for them, so we'll go with that. It went goodly for them. So
I think that's a lie.
Well played on that one. But speaking about played, look at the zone. It has now revealed itself. It is closer and closer to Quarry, as well as a bit of Cave in there as well. So if Esproxy was here, should be quite happy with Cave being available right there. TPS, of course, going to be holding nice and steady towards that southern side. Vio and Mel's going to look to find an approach moving forward. I'm curious as to whether or not Mel's are maybe going to try and sneak over towards Docks and then rotate up from that side, or are they just going to swim straight across to the opposite bit of land ahead of them? But it's interesting to see, though, Boars and AR, the 2 teams that were sitting at the top of the leaderboard, are now out quite early, right? Both the chicken dinner winners, as you've mentioned, they've now gone back to go warm up that lobby. But Boars, that last performance actually awarded them 13 positions, right? So quite a bit of a jump. So it's, it's quite goodly to see that come through. So let's see where the teams are going to go with this play, though. Enigma Dolls, the team that needs to crack this Sanhok wide open, right? They need to get themselves all the points that they can find, because so far they've only had 1 point today, and that came a little bit earlier on. Speaking of which, though,
wait,
yeah, 7. Just like, you know what? Let's do a bit of a dance, have a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, and just go a few additional eliminations. That, of course, being ROC's first elim for this match here. So let's see, will they be able to find any more?
I'm confused by that. I thought that was her teammate, not an enemy. The way she moved in, I was so confused there for a second until she started shooting. But there you go. Script Monarchy will be going out, but at least with one elimination, at least at some points, right? But S2 having a much better game this time around. I think they went out fairly early on in the Miramar, and now we see 8 eliminations from them. So it is looking to be a good game for them. They're currently where who we're talking about? S2. So they're on the north side. And they are outside of zone here. They are, but they are outside of zone. But they will have only 150 meters to go to get there. So it's not too bad of a spot to be in, to be honest. Again, Ida somehow in the middle of this zone. And this time they do have all 4 left alive. So a little bit more dangerous of a team than they were in the Miramar with just the 2 up. And DK, I do want to mention swiftly here that Yikes have a solo. They've been a solo since almost the beginning of the game, right? And they made such a huge rotation around. They're now on the eastern side in Kampong, away from zone, but at least safe.
Yeah, that's the strategy that you have to play with if you're a solo on this map and trying to survive for those points. Speaking about trying to survive, it is going to be the Enigma dolls now going up against Tasted. As you can see, Tasted, they've caught scent of the Enigma dolls. They've now started to move on forward. We still have Kiki and Bloom left to try and hold it up. There we go. Gets the shots in. So there is still quite a bit of an opportunity available to them here, but they got to be careful. They're going to have to decide this fight very quickly because we've got Mel's Nova and OOC pushing up from both the north and the south, right? They're moving closer, right? Mel's getting maybe a little bit too close for comfort at this point of the match. So let's see how it plays out. It is going to be Tasted now down to a potential solo here. Well, not potentially. They are 100% down to solo, just trying to survive on the opposite end. But they've got the zone. So maybe there could still be a little bit of an opportunity here to bounce back.
I think this is the stage of the game, DK. We've reached it where a lot of these teams, 10 teams, is about to become 5 very quickly. The amount of teams over onto the western side by Cave and Quarry, I think is too much. And as the zone decides where it's going to be going, I think we are going to start to see a dwindling of teams very rapidly here. Enigma Dolls, I will say, have fought valiantly to keep alive as much as they have, right? 4 eliminations and still 2 up, considering they've been the subject of at least 2 or 3 different pushes by different teams at different stages in the zone. So they have fought quite well. They have kept their cool to some degree, and hopefully that continues as the zone now makes its way over to the eastern side. It's been a slight hard shift. Ida no longer inside zone, but TPESR and S2 are in prime position to enter it.
Yeah, that's not a slight shift. That's a dirty shift. That,
you think?
Has just descended down upon these teams, right? There's still a bit of hope for Enigma. They have a solo. Maybe they can survive. We see Yikes also with a solo, also holding on. Let's see if Kiki can make this out of here. Oh, it's troubling. Zeus now playing connect the dots as they do find those hit markers, and they're just going to try and follow through. But fortunately, Zeus are facing a few other distractions, right? That is going to be OOC holding up just ahead of them. The blue zone is going to apply all the pressure as it now starts to move on up. It's going to be Tasted, as well as the players there. I believe it was Vio that just got taken out. Ooh, the rush is in. Let's see if this can survive. The answer is, unfortunately, no. OOC, though, looking like they might have a little bit of an opportunity here, but still going to have to try and risk it to make that saving play. Kiki still out in the blue, trying to heal it up. But it's going to be Mel's, though, that are pushing up on towards TPS. They've spotted a bit of an opportunity, but TPS, though, they are prepping the nades, the utilities, and they pick up 3 knocks in one swoop.
Oh,
it's going to be up to Falia to see if she can maybe MVP this one yet again. Up comes the jump shots, but that's going to be it. Repna says, nope, I'll stop you right there. You're not going to get any more points, and that is it. Down to 5 we go.
My goodness me, what a nade coming through there. The 1v3 with a single ball of fire is kind of crazy, but what's even more crazy is this new zone shift. DK, look at the only team currently inside it, TPES. Yes, there are teams all around it, but their south side is clear. They've got a 3-1 split either side of this road. And it's looking like a lot of those teams, in order to get into zone, will have to fight each other here. So for TPES, this is a massive potential.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost change it to TPE, yes, as that
Yeah.
zone moved in their favor,
Oh.
she said. But now, let's see if they can poke and prod their way on through. It's going to be Seminar trying to pop off as it is going to be Ida moving in. Just getting absolutely picked off one after the other. Athena's not going to go flying through any trees anytime soon. But a great nade also just getting sent out there. It is a quick cleanup. And that is Ida now getting brought to their knees. They got two players still trying to hold on just on the edge of zone. But we've got three teams. S2 going to be the team currently occupying that northeastern position. But let's see whether or not TPES can put that yes in here. Just keeping angles locked on down Ida. Beautiful headshot getting received on their end. Now it's up to Fireshine to see if they can survive the onslaught. S2 going to be falling to the blue slowly but surely. TPS yet again getting zone players. Repna quickly having to patch themselves up. And Ida going to try and keep as quiet as they can. Don't want to get spotted at this point. They are so close. But TPES absolutely relentless, and this is them now kind of connecting the dots here. Cupquake moves on through, S12 in hand, pop, 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 down they go. And one player standing between TPES and that winner chicken dinner. It's going to be Swan.
It sure is, and I'm not sure that Swan is in any position to rebel against what fate seems to have brought them. TPS, an 8 elim win is not the biggest one we've seen, but a win is a win, DK. And with the 9 eliminations that it could possibly be, with Swan included, unless she does something crazy like we've seen in Group A, and it looks like she could do. Repna does go down. We can't do everything just yet, but no, she is going to go out there. S2 with 11 eliminations in a second place is not bad at all, but TPES is going to be our winner for Sanhok, and it's going to be, not quite double-digit elims, but it's a double-digit win, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, it came pretty close, but still a very, very good performance coming in here. That was the opportunity that we've been waiting to see teams look to capitalize on. I mean, coming into this match, TPS and S2 were side by side on the standings, both coming through with 4 points rather to their name, occupying that 12th and 13th place. There's been a shift in the dynamic as to where they will find themselves. Of course, we'll find out pretty soon exactly where they've jumped towards, but a jump regardless. And I mean, as we've said, Sanhok is that map where the teams get the opportunity to try and bring in that upset opportunity, that upset moment to score points that they need. And so far, things are changing. I like the fact that Enigma Dolls also, they survived a bit longer. They got a few more points on board, right? So the points are starting to come on through. And I think as we're going to get closer to the end of the day, it's becoming more and more challenging for these teams to keep that consistency going, right? To keep that flow going, because everybody is now going to be pushing to get points.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you're right. As we come through to the final 2 games of the evening, you start to feel a little bit more serious as time goes on because, yeah, you've only got those 2 games. And then after that, your next day is only 5 games after that. We've suddenly gone from 10 games down to 7 left, just 7 games. And everybody who plays the game knows that's not many when you're trying to get a top 10 position. So it really does matter each and every game here. And for Sanhok and for TPES and for Enigma and for Ida as well, this is not a bad game at all. This is not one that you can write off. This is actually really, really helpful for them.
Yeah, definitely is. And speaking about helpful, 700, wow, since when? 372 meter hit coming through there from Kylie. Well, freaking done. But of course, the GG, the big GG goes out to Swan, singing that Swan song, coming through with 660 damage and 3 eliminations to take the MVP of the match.
Yes, sir. Very well done. S2 were a big name, a big team that kept coming up throughout this game. So it's no surprise that one of their players should be here in the MVP section. Should be our MVP for the match, really. And
Mm.
she, did some really good work. She made a valiant effort against TPES there, taking out Repna before going out herself. And you can see that reflected in the match rankings here. S2 coming in with 17 points total, only 2 behind the winners of the game. So a really, really good start for them in this Sanhok. But also, I'm seeing a lot of points going the way of some of these other teams, right? We're seeing 7 come up a couple of times here, and Enigma coming in, as you said, with 6 eliminations alone.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right? 7 points, that is going to boost their position quite a bit. But as you can see, again, all the way to that 11th place, right? The team's definitely looking to capitalize on a mixture of placement points and, of course, a share of the aggression here. Boars, even though they went out early, still got themselves a decent chunk of change there, those 4 eliminations. And it's going to help kind of keep up with that consistency, right? Enigma, they've jumped from 16th up to 13th, right? So up is up. Right, movement is movement, and we like it. But of course, as we can see, it is still quite contentious towards the top of the standings. Not a lot of points currently separating first from fourth, only 8 points. So not too much of a gap. And of course, 11 points down to that 5th position. So a lot of this can quite easily still change, right? Nothing has been solidified to any extent. We've only 3 games in. So yeah, I think once we get to about midway tomorrow, that is where we'll have a pretty good idea as to what the situation is and just how hard these teams will have to push. But speaking about pushing hard, we've got 3 squads now up on the player focus, right? We've got Mels, we've got AOR, and we've got Ida. So Athena, as well as Thalia and Gelavaya, right?
There you go. Yeah, I think so.
Right. Gelavaya also then representing their individual squads right here. And I mean, the elimination count is pretty even, right? 8-8-8. So it's looking good.
It's looking very, very good indeed. And it's a great start. I keep saying it's a great start, but it is a great start. It's a great start to the evening, great start to the game, and great start to this week as well. And that is going to be Sanhok done. And honestly, DK, these 3 games have gone super, super quickly. We are already past the halfway point of tonight. And of course, our next game is going to be Miramar. But before that, we are going to go for a short break, and we'll be right back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. I hope you had time to get some snacks, get some drinks, because now we are about to head into our fourth game of the evening, and it is going to be Miramar, and that is what we're loving to see. The hot, dusty sands of Miramar were quite chaotic. They were stirred up quite a bit in game number 2, and I don't think game 4 is going to be any different.
Yeah, we'll see, right? How true and fair that will be as we move on forward. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be taking a quick gander at our flight path, which is going to be starting over there, ending over yonder, cutting straight through. So I think it's a decent play for what these teams will have to work with. But got to talk about that last map ever so quickly. S2 and TPES, right? Looking a pretty good looking pretty good with regards to their points that they've gathered. Both teams have climbed 7 spots, right? So, yeah, it's good. It's great. Things, as we said, is going to continue to change as we move upwards and onwards. And speaking about that, we are going to be taking a look over onto where these teams are going to look to get themselves situated. We are looking at a bit of a hot drop thing over towards that southern side. We've got Enigma that will find themselves having to share with Vio that are dropping right there alongside with them. I know it's Vio because Vio is the yellow color, and there they are, right? Because you can't figure out, you can't read the name, right? Enigma Kiki is taking up the whole place. It's like, well, I'm here. We do have a potential hard drop also maybe coming up towards the north, as we can see Yikes and TPES making their way on through. The last time you gasped at this zone, it went a very specific way.
Have I
over
it?
in the PMGC?
Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me.
The probability of that happening is exceptionally
next to none.
low.
Yeah.
Right, because I've only seen that zone twice in my entire career. So yeah, I don't think, but we won't speak on the topic directly. We'll just keep on alluding to stuff without speaking.
We don't want to make it come true. We don't want to cast a curse, you know?
I mean, I'm not going to say no, but
true.
I don't want people upset with me because I said stuff about things. So in the meanwhile, we are going to be keeping an eye on these teams. Zeitgeist, though, good spot, right? They've got the entirety of Picardo to themselves.
They do. I'm glad that a team is learning from their hot drops, you know, rather than continuing to do it time and time again. No, I'm not sorry for mentioning it. And they're going to go elsewhere, and that's going to be nice. So Zeitgeist, they are going to be able to take on Picardo for themselves. Nothing about that is going to be weird or off or anything, but I swear it happens to me all the time where if you go to an extreme side of the map, particularly in Miramar, not so much in Erangel, but particularly in Miramar, like if you go to the prison area or this island area as Enigma have, the zone goes the complete opposite end. You saw Enigma there have 3,000 meters to go, and there's not really anything you can do but make a late rotation as well, so it's going to be a bit of a rough one, as it is going to be a rough one as well for Porosovka. What happened? Taste it, Lucy May going down to a solo so early on. Nothing quite confirmed just yet, but there we go. Now it is confirmed. Now the deed is done, and 3 eliminations go the way, but not the way of Taste It.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, right? It's just kind of how it unravels, how it unfolds. But they still have a bit of an opportunity. Fortunately here for Protosovka, there's still a bit of a play at hand, right? It is going to be a serious case of hide and seek, but it's okay. She'll be fine. There's not too much to worry about just yet. And of course, moving up in towards Minas Generales, I think is a good choice because there's lots of little hidey holes to go in to get loot and, you know, fight from. So curious to see how the space is going to be utilized there. I almost thought for a second that I saw a crossbow, but fortunately that's not what I saw. Imagine that, right? Sniping with a crossbow. It's the the poor man's AWM, right? Or AWAM, as I like to say, right? Because it's silent but deadly. Absolutely devastating.
It is absolutely devastating. That is true. I was going to say silent and deadly as well, but now I'm more preoccupied with the fact that you call it an AWAM?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Because that's the last sound you're going to hear. It just goes wham and you're done.
See, I call it like an ADub. AWM,
yeah, ADub,
ADub.
AWAM.
AWAM.
All of, whichever, they all point to the same weapon, and it's the one that you don't want to be on the receiving end of, right?
That is for sure.
That's all I know. So when I hear that poof sound, I just go like, nope.
You duck.
I duck, I goose, I any
Run
bird,
around.
whatever, pick one. I do all of
Chicken.
them. Yes, I do that as well. I will admit that. But speaking about chicken, though, our teams are still going to be in the pursuit of said chicken, right? So I'm curious to see how they're going to look to play this one out. S2 over here, they had a phenomenal run, as we saw, alongside TPES in the previous match, both of which are already quite well situated within the area here. But now it comes down to how they're going to look to play out the rest of the zone. Of course, it is going to be absolutely reliant on what the zone will bring to them, but at least we won't have to wait too much longer, as we will find out pretty soon exactly what the zone is going to bring towards them, as it now starts enveloping the players here from Vio, as well as Enigma down on that far southern side. It is going to be Digital Athletics, a name that is surprisingly challenging to say, right?
It is.
Digital Athletics. It's like it just catches you right there.
It really does. It gets you the front of the teeth. Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
Hard to say. Thanks, team, for giving us such a hard name to say over and over again. We appreciate you. We love you. But yeah, they're having not the easiest of times either. You know, just as it's hard to say their name, it's just as hard to play the game. Particularly today for them, unfortunately. Again, we keep saying this, but it's surprising to us after last week, where they were fairly dominant time and time again, and now they are seeming to struggle a lot more today. And hopefully that's just today. Hopefully it's just a bad day. You know, any team can have that, and they'll be back bouncing once again on their day 2. But for now, they just have to make it to the zone, right? That's the first hurdle they have to go. As a lot of the teams now, you're starting to see them start to make that move. There's a lot more icons of vehicles being used, and actually Vio are in a 2-2 split, which I think you will have noticed, and Enigma haven't moved yet, but if Enigma do, they could definitely catch one of those duos out.
I mean, it's a 2-1-1 split if you want to be very particular about it, but yes,
that's true.
A 2-2 split works well enough for me. But another thing that we are seeing develop here is Zeus, TPS, and Yikes getting a little bit cozy, right? No,
that's true.
No, Miramar is not necessarily the map on which I would even think of that, because it's out in the sun. There's a whole bunch of dust, and sand, and things.
You know?
Yeah, you know, it clogs up the weapons. So you gotta be careful with how you look to play through this one. I like what Script Monarchy went for, though. They went to Impala. They've got themselves quite isolated, somewhat isolated from the teams in the surrounding area. We do have S2 also just a little bit further over to the side, but still quite a few teams on the outskirts of zone, right? Zeitgeist over here being one of them, about to gain entry up in towards the zone. OOC and the other half of Vio, they are really close. We might see something coming through in the feed momentarily. Of course, the next zone, just a nice little continuation of what we had on that previous zone. So it's just going to tighten up on itself. Not a hard shift by any measure.
No PMGC.
But that's the thing about Miramar, mainly, right? Is that first initial zone is usually the crazy, wacky one. After that, it kind of just cools down, relaxes a little bit more. But it's not going to be cooling or relaxing for the players here from Vio and, OOC, rather.
It sure isn't. Again, I keep saying, you know, Vio, they're they're a decent team. They don't back down. They don't say no. And you're continuing to see that again here as they go straight in to an already occupied place. They do have one knocked down, and that is going to be flushed out as well. So that's going to be OOC up to 1 point. But here you're seeing them and they're like, well, actually we kind of like it here and we might just stay here. And Venus for sure is not looking like she's really wanting to go anywhere.
Yeah, and you can't really blame Venus, right? It's okay. You just gotta watch out for Marexus though. You don't want to get too comfortable, but it does seem like Venus is well aware of somebody up in the vicinity. We do see our player count now having been reduced all the way down to 60. Of course, we've only lost 4, 3 of which has been from the side there of Tasted. So Tasted now going to have a little bit of a challenging run to see how they're going to play through the rest of this one. Zeus, though, I like this angle that they've taken up, right? Just on the side of Yikes. Good bit of a vantage point. Can also see up towards TPS, but you got to keep a very watchful eye on Yikes because they've opted for what seems to be a bit of a split, right? It's not quite a 2-2 split. It's a 2-1-1 split. We've got 2 of their players up ahead. We've got 1 more over on towards the eastern side, as you can see. And then there's Nevermind, which is a little bit further up. But look at that spray, though. Kylie just lighting it up, just popping in the heads, picking up the first, looking to maybe find that second one. And for Yikes, things are now slowly starting to kind of come undone here.
You could almost say, DK, that it's starting to become a little bit yikes for them. It's not looking all that good. They're leaving Miramar and entering Yikesville. That's definitely the way I want to put it there, as Hate Me does go down there. Yildiz picking up their first point of the game as Ida now makes themselves known, and Zeus have had one too many run-ins with Ida. You can see them just deciding to get out of dodge immediately there, and everybody's kind of just toppled on top of each other because Zeitgeist is there as well. Mel's is there. We're all in the same sort of area, all looking at each other. And this is where now you might just start to see teams start to fall a little bit because it is so open. The ridges are so narrow. And as you try to move from one place to another, as you see in the elimination feed, those knocks are going to happen.
Yep, that's the inevitable part of this match. But let's see how it is going to go, though, for Zeitgeist, as we do have Mel's Nova looking to be quite relentless. Oh, Daddy with a quick little bit of a molly over the top there. Zeitgeist now could still find a bit of an angle to bounce back from here. You can see them frantically scurrying, trying to find something. But it's now up to Doza, who dips down into the vehicle, trying to get the heck out of dodge. But they are getting shot up. Hits the tree, hits maybe a rock. No, does make a safe escape, at least for the time being. Gets out of reach of Mel's. But we do have a few more teams holding down to the edge here. So, yeah, you've got to be very, very careful as to how far you choose and decide to rotate up towards. Fortunately, doesn't have to pay for parking just yet. The car does fall back on its feet. But we did see the players there from A3 just holding over towards that western side. So you got to be very, very careful as Doza tries to iron out a few of the dinks in the side of the vehicle there. Not quite sure what the play was. You don't want to be that close to the car when it goes boom, because that is an automatic boom with you as well. Meanwhile, Zeus looking comfortable here.
They are looking comfortable. I will say, I think that was an attempt to repair the vehicle with the new vehicle repair thing that we have in the game now. So I too was confused. I was like, what you doing? Because that car was fine. I'm not sure why you're blowing it up now. And as you said, being so close to it. But you know what? You know who else could use a repair kit for their vehicle? This team right here, Zeus. That thing, I don't think I've seen a car smoke that much as I see that one doing. So they might want to watch out for that one. As Script Monarchy might want to watch out for Vio because they're still here. They're still here, and I think they're about to leave just because that zone has shifted and they're 480 meters out. But still, they're still there making nuisances of themselves, at least as far as Script Monarchy is concerned.
Yeah, if your car smokes like that in real life, there's something wrong with your oil filter. Maybe you have no oil in your car left at all. So you might want to have it checked. But speaking about getting things checked, though, you got to check the zone because it's shifted even more now to the eastern side, right? There's a little bit of water in play here as well. So that is going to make things increasingly more challenging. And I've got a very good idea that the zone is going to be pulling to that open field, right? You've got that lovely circled patch on that eastern side. Ooh, I've got an inkling that the zone might be making its way over to there. Leah trying to pick their teammate up, but OOC have essentially set up quite a bit of a trap there as they've now been able to find 2 players, and they are so close to getting confirmations. Up comes the rest of the digital squad, but are they too going to fall for this trap, or are they maybe going to opt for a bit of a different approach here?
It's a difficult one to say. These hills are so open and the angles are tricky, but I think... What have they decided here? I thought she was just going to go ahead and leave, and it might seem like that might be the best thing to do, and I think they have decided that is going to be what they have to do as OOC just sweep the area, and they just have to make their escape now. They could possibly look to gatekeep a little bit themselves, but as a duo and as they're on rotation, I don't think that is going to be the case. I think they're going to just try and get to some semblance of safety as soon as possible. Not there, though. Please don't go there, as Vio is there, and Mel's are up ahead, and Elif's is having such a hard time. Where did Sela go? Oh, she's been trapped there by Script Monarchy. So another one goes down on that rotation as Digital Athletics desperate to find somewhere, only find the lobby.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is that's where they went, right? A one-way ticket.
A little portal. Yeah.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but, you know, it's going to happen at some point throughout this match, and we are going to be seeing quite a bit of that now, as we have 14 teams all trying to cram into a little slither of zone, right? There's not a lot of space for them to work with. Enigma Dolls, unfortunately, finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. We are seeing Tasted, though, going for a very northern positioning. All the way, way far away from everybody else. In the meanwhile, Zeitgeist, though, down south, we got A3, also not too far away either. I'm not quite sure if Doza is going to be able to make it securely up in towards that zone. They are going to try and heal a little bit of this blue damage. It is still, fortunately, only phase 3. A3 got to watch out, though. Doza, will they make it? So far, it seems like things are going kind of okay, but of course it's going to be Dixtree to play that devastating blow and end the run right there for them. We are down to 13 teams, and A3 being the team that is pretty much the furthest away from zone, right? I'm not counting Tasted because that's a different strategy altogether.
That's crazy.
But yeah, A3 definitely got some way to go to get themselves back into safety.
They sure do, but with 5 eliminations on the board so far, it has been a play worthwhile for them. So if they can just now use this lateness to actually sneak into zone a little bit, they should be good to go. In the meantime, there's a lot of chaos going on inside, or at least closer to zone. As you see, OOC, Mel's is trying to come in now on one side. You also had, I believe, I'm not sure who that was on the other side as well. Looking rough for a lot of these teams. Script, Monarchy, Zeus, all in the same sort of area here, as Mel's Dino almost gets taken out there, and this is where Lalo is going to try and do her best to get her teammate back up. If she can't get her up, they're going to have to continue as a duo, so it's very, very important they keep that 3-player squad up and running, but Mel's are being very, very pressury right now.
Yeah, I mean, the zone is looking pretty crazy, right? It almost reminds me of a shop with a clearance sale on Black Friday. It is going to be absolutely crazy. Or maybe it's on Cyber Monday. I don't know. But it's that weekend, right? Where you don't want to be at the shops because it is just absolutely jam-packed with people all over the place. And now it's going to be Lola trying to take the party bus a little bit further down south. Got to watch out for those trees. And, of course, the shots that are going to be following up alongside that. We do see Mel's again coming through with that domination. The shots just playing on through. But will we see Lola managing to find a little bit of an opportunity here? Just gonna pop the nade over the top. Could maybe find Dino. Let's see. Does it show in the feet? No. A little bit of damage has been caused, but not sufficient amounts to bring Dino to their knees. Lola, though, Lalo, though, is not going to back down off of this fight anytime soon. But I like this aggression being shown by both Mels and OOC. Dreamcore, between the two, though, I mean, they have been showing equal amounts of aggression across the board. So let's see who will be the one to claim it as we do see that potential 9th elimination. Yep, there it is. Secured now for OOC. They are definitely looking to lead with regards to that aggression. But now comes the devastating part. How the heck are you going to get out of this blue zone?
GG's.
Well, through the lobby, I had to guess.
Yeah, a little bit of a portal jump going through there for OOC, but a really, really good run for them after all, right? No, it's not placement points, but 9 elims is 9 points, and with the leaderboard looking as close as we saw it before this game, I mean, that's going to be a really, really good result for them. But as Ida look towards the lobby, it's not looking particularly pleasant. There's a lot of teams all around them, 2 up on that mountainside, and yeah, you got Ida on one side, you've got Yikes behind in front of you, TPS on one side. It's looking very, very scary for a lot of these teams on the eastern side as they try to move in and sneak into zone. Fortunately, DK, there's got a lot of these little dips and crevices, but the big surprise is Mel's going out so quickly after.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise really, because they were all the way out in the blue. And as we know,
True.
on Miramar,
Blue
stage 3 is pushing it still, right? Anything beyond that point, you don't want to be there. And we are seeing Zeus also now have a bit of an upset happening to them over there. But comes as no surprise that we still have 9 teams left trying to fight their way through this absolutely tiny zone. Surprisingly enough, we still have Tasted alive, sitting all the way up on towards that northern edge of zone. So in the next 30 seconds, things are going to change quite drastically as the teams will get forced moving forward. We've got quite a few players still outside of zone. AOR definitely not going to be one of those teams that will have to worry too much about what the zone is going to be bringing. They can just sit back, relax, and, well, fire at anything that moves, any pixels that are out of place. But with 21 players just scattered all throughout the zone, you definitely have to keep your eye on every potential angle that could be used against you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not only... That's the big thing about the game, is it's not only what angles you can use, but what will be used against you, as you say, right? It's very, very challenging to find and make sure that those angles are not visible onto your own self there. You want as many angles as possible onto everybody else, but that kind of does mean that the angles will also be onto you. So you got to be very careful with that as Ida take out S2, and somehow S2 go out with 0 eliminations, which I find very odd considering the amount of times we've seen them on screen here. And Taste It, Lucy May, they did try a massive, massive rotation through the north side, and unfortunately, it's not really going to work in their favor as they go out with 0 points on the board for this game. Maybe a placement point or 2 here and there. They go out in 7th place, I think, there. But still, Yikes down to just a solo if they can't get that res back up. And TPES now the next to fall as that zone has gone straight to them.
Yeah, it's an interesting shift that we've seen come through here. Cupquake now going to be stepping up as our grenader as the shots continue to roll on out here. Athena and the rest of Ida with those 8 eliminations to their name, going to try and find a way to make this one work. You can see Nevermind there from Yikes also going to play a serious game of Please Don't Shoot Me Just Yet as they try to play for placement points. I mean, good positioning, very centralized up in towards the zone. Unfortunately for Yikes, though, the rest of the teams are quite distracted with each other. As you can see here, Fireshine just trying to poke and prod onto the side of TPS, but fortunately that monster truck does make it quite challenging for them to pull off a successful play. But now, it is going to be that send. AOR, they might only have 2 eliminations to their name, but they've got all 4 players up. They've got good-looking HP bars here, and now they're going to try and leverage that in their favor. I mean, AOR, definitely one of those teams that have been playing with a different kind of setup here today, right? They've been able to climb to the top of the rankings coming into this match, and they're going to look to kind of keep that momentum going.
This is a great push from AOR silently going up the back there towards that solo and behind TPES, who of course would have had to be focused onto the eastern side by necessity there. And Repna had no idea this was really happening as quickly as it was, and that res is going to come through, but the nade answers immediately there, coming through with a great response from TPES. And it's all going down now as well to the eastern side as Ida and Boars clash head to head very violently here. And it's one left for Athena, and Athena does go down with another nade from Boars. So Boars continuing their trajectory here, playing really well. The points don't really feel that way because compared to a lot of these teams, there's only 3. But the way they're playing, the way they're moving, that P90 for Logica is saying a whole different story here. So top 4 it is, TPES, AOR, Boars, and Yikes with that solo over onto the north side. And with all these angles, this is shaping up to be a very interesting endgame.
Yeah, I mean, Boars, as we know, they got chicken on the previous Miramar earlier today. So they know that it is within their grasp to repeat that play yet again. TPS, though, finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. They've got 3 players up, going to be trying to keep those numbers as concise as they can. But they've got such an interesting angle to try and climb their way back up the hill and get themselves up into a zone. But this is where things look to lean quite heavily in favor of Boars, right? A strong angle to work with here. We still see Nevermind from Yikes holding nicely and quiet up onto the north of zone. So this could be Yikes just kind of sneaking their way up into strong standings with regards to the overall placement points. But AOR and Boars getting ready to go at each other. Gotta be very careful. Quick little nade getting sent over the top. We do see Amelia getting brought to their knees. So now Boars with the 2 beats trying to hold and nice and steady. Logica also getting picked up. So now it's up to Caramelia to see whether or not they can make the magic work. And it is going to be an absolute relentless push coming through. But surprisingly, Yikes has not decided to grab the available opportunity here.
That's really interesting. She's really holding out for 1 to 2 of these teams to go down. I think she's trying to aim for that second place. She's well within her rights to do so. She's got a shack. She's inside it and no one's looking at her. There's no need to make fuss, to make noise when you could possibly get that top 2 spot. So she is going to just wait a little bit longer. And Carmelia, is interesting that they were able to get that res back up, but Kitty is in the bush, no longer in the bush. It's not going to work, unfortunately, there, though. TPES do go up to their 6th elimination there. They are just a duo, but they still hold a lot of power here.
Yeah, they definitely do. We can see that P90 now in the hands of Logica. Could maybe be their saving grace at this point. They still have to work their way through 2 players. Oh, but now, yeah, never mind. Getting spotted out, and of course, Yikes having no other choice other than to move on forward, right? The blue zone has constricted, has closed up, kind of forcing their hand. And this could be Boars coming in for a back-to-back Miramar winner chicken dinner. Susu gonna try and just divide the position here for the Boars, deciding whether or not to try and maybe attempt that res. Quickly just trying to recover their health bar, make sure that they have a fighting chance moving on forward. You can see Caramelia also now trying to gather some information. It's a 2v1. The send is in. And that is the M4 to seal the play. That is Boars Gaming coming in with a back-to-back Miramar winner chicken dinner. And they are looking to set the standard for gameplay here today.
They absolutely are. What a game from them. Very strong, very purposeful. And of course, as you said, the 2nd win for them tonight. This is definitely going to put them on top of the leaderboard heading into our final game. And what a better way. There's no better way to start off the day, to start off your event this week rather than to get 2 wins on the first day. That's a great result for them. I feel for TPES though, the final player, she went to go for, I think it was Carmelia, and got the knocked player instead. And so she did get that point, but at the cost of the win for her. So that is unfortunate, getting a little bit blocked there, but Boars had that fair and square, and it was a great win from them.
Yep, a very, very strong play coming through there from the side of Boars. Talk about consistency. They are just showcasing a heck of a lot of consistency, especially when it comes to the map of Miramar, right? So we are yet to see what they're going to be doing on Erangel once we get back to that, because if you remember back on the first match, not necessarily the results that they would have wanted to get, but they've definitely made up for that based on the performances that they've had now running through the remainder of the day. So I'm pretty excited to see how the points are going to measure up. But of course, first things first, we got to take a look at and see just what it is. Boards coming through with 9 eliminations. That is going to put them quite comfortably on a lovely 30 that they've been able to secure so far. It's not the 17 that we saw in the first one, but it adds up, right? 17 plus 9 is more than 17. So, you know, well done to them.
Absolutely, especially when again, we're going to say it, the leaderboards are so close, right? They are in second place, I believe, coming into this game, and this is likely to put them up on top because AOR silently, they did well, but they didn't do this well. So we are going to be seeing a shift in that leaderboard, probably across the board as well, though there were a lot of teams that did very well here, and a lot of teams that we expected to do well and kind of fell short with that long road in the blue zone. But you do see here 10,000 total healing really attest to that blue zone being harsh, being hard shifted as well. So a lot of these teams prefer to spend time out in that blue than actually face their team.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing about too much blue juice doesn't do you a lot of justice when it comes to the overall plays. But we do see Lola, though, there from OOC securing the most eliminations and a complimentary bell from Niptra, thanks to the 1025 damage being dealt in this match.
Sheesh. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. There you go. Lalo doing a great job there. Almost 8 eliminations, right? If you count those 3 assists. So really, really nice, efficient, good game from her. OOC really went all out here. And even though they went out earlier than they would have liked to, it certainly did wonders for those match rankings. You see their 10 points, 0 placement points coming into their total there. So that is all eliminations. And you can definitely see why one of their teammates is the MVP here.
Yep, it makes a whole lot of sense. But yeah, I mean, it's just looking pretty crazy, especially looking at our top 5 teams, the amount of elims they've got, right? 9, 7, 9, 10, 8. Pretty hot and toasty. Interesting there for Yikes, though, right? That's surviving. Just riding out the storm all the way up into 5 placement points. And, you know, they're going to feel quite happy about that because, you know, like things went a little bit awry for them through that game. So it is going to count at the end of the day. It still keeps them up in 8th position, just ahead of S2 Female. So good position nonetheless. But the Boars are soaring with 15 points in those 2 winner chicken dinners. And I love these even numbers, right? 20 placement points, 30 elims. It just does amazing things for my slight bit of OCD that I have. But speaking about OCD, we've got OOC also coming through and still holding nice and steady, locking in 1 additional elimination more than what Zeus had and gets them right there up into that 6th place. So, of course, as we know, the teams are going to be fighting for the top 10, right? That's what they're going to push for. So expect to see still quite a bit of movement, not necessarily today, but as we progress into our first few games for tomorrow, for there to be quite a bit of shifting to happen here, because 10th place is only worth 12 points at this point.
Yeah, it is. And it's going to be A fight, because yeah, you are right. There's only 12 points in 10th place right now. That's not hard to achieve. And it all depends on how they're feeling the next day, right? Maybe it is hard to achieve tonight, but tomorrow night, not so much. Tomorrow night, it could be Enigma, it could be any one of those really, really getting some good points, and even a win will put them squarely up into the top 10. So it is still very much all to play for here as you look at your player focus. It's going to be Folly, it's going to be Athena, and Jelivaya as well over there in that third place. Don't laugh at me, I'm trying. But Elim's 14, 12, and 9 is looking very, very good indeed for these players. So a great night for this top 3, as well as it has been a great night for us so far. It's been some good games, some good PUBG Mobile. We love to see it, but we'll be heading into our final game, DK, our final game of the night over on Erangel. But before that, we are going to be going into a short break in just a couple of minutes, and we will be seeing you very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. It's the final game of day 1 of week 2. That's a mouthful yet again, but I got through it this time around. It's going to be Erangel going into our final match. Game number 5. And DK, we've had a great 4 games up to this point, so there is no doubt this is going to be a banger.
Let's hope so. I mean, of course it is going to be, right? There's no point to hope because we know it is just going to happen. It's going to go crazy. Especially looking at this flight path that we have, it is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to play around it. As again, they'll be allowed opportunities to get all over the place, right? They could quite easily get down to the melee base just as easily as they could get up to shooting range. Is it within reach of the flight path? No, but there's enough vehicle spawns along the way to get them there. So,
sure.
You know, they'll all eventually be happy campers. Without the camping part. What is going to make us happy casters and happy viewers is the action that's going to be unfolding up in Primorsk, because we've got the Boars and Vio opting for a bit of a thing, right? Dropping hard on top of each other. So a definite interesting spread that we've got coming through on that one. But yeah, it's a and I mean, of course, the Boars opting for that drop spot. Normally we see them going a little bit further north, right? Like Severny and the surrounding areas. So I think they kind of just adjusted to what the flight path has brought over towards them. We also did see that zone appearing down towards that southern side yet again. So I think it's going to be quite interesting. Maybe we could end over on towards that western melee island or anywhere else, but I've got an idea that we might maybe be heading in that direction.
I would love it if that were the case, because melee base, one of my faves. So I would like seeing that. I'd like seeing my own base again, but we're gonna be looking at or I'm going to be looking at Caramelia is very, very low on that health bar, and I'm really hoping that that's not going to spell disaster for them this early on, right? They're still in the loot phase. They've not even yet looked towards Vio, so to have one to go out so quickly would be rough, but only 100 meters to the zone is going to be a little bit of a saving grace here. They are going to have a little bit of time to kind of figure out what they want to do about this intruder. And we'll see what they decide shortly as Taste It. Ooh, have school and apartments to themselves. Now, that's a heck of a lot of a loot. DK, they should be well equipped for the rest of this game. And for their sake, I hope it leads them to some small victories, if not the big victory at the end of the game. Because so far, their night has not gone as they planned.
I mean, they've not had the greatest night, but they've not had a horrible night, right? I mean, it could always go better, as most things. But yeah, I mean, they've come into this match with 10 points to their name. So they're obviously going to hope to try and add a few more to that. And, well, if the loot that they are able to gather there is as sufficient as they would hope it to be, I'm looking forward to seeing some great things come through from them. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Ida finding themselves in a bit of a back and forth here with Digital Athletics, but they've got another team right there alongside them as well. So, yeah, Zeus also just holding on. I don't think that Zeus has made it up onto the land part, right? It might be one of the Zeus players down in the drink. Yeah, it's Macy holding on down at the lower end there. So all Macy can do at this point is just sit there and listen to the teams going to town. Speaking about going to town, that is exactly what Akulka is trying to pull off right here onto the side of Incy from Digital.
Sure is, and that's going to be a beautiful nade. She's going to try and get that healing, but it's not going to matter. That nade is lovely as Akulka gets one of those knocks there, and Digital Athletics can't seem to catch a break tonight. Again, one of those teams that just have not had the games turn out the way they want them to. They evade the teams on the mainland, on that side of the bridge, only to be accosted by teams that are on the island side of the bridge. And so now that first elimination is going to go over to Script Monarchy, and Digital Athletics is going to have to carry on as 3 somehow.
Yeah, that might be the abridged version. So, yeah, my big question here is, did they stretch? Did they warm up, right? Like, prepping for the athletics part to come through.
Oh my god, chat. Help.
It's cringe, I know. I can feel it. I can feel the stare coming through from Neptune.
Oh yeah.
But
oh,
in
yeah.
the meanwhile, there's going to be a cool cut trying to go 2 for 2. Gets 2
Whoa!
for 2. That is 1 down. Is there going to be 3 down? No, not yet. Ida. Fireshine making it through, returning the favor onto Akulka. But now it's going to be up to the rest of the squad here from Script Monarchy to try and kind of pick up the pieces because, their main defender, their main aggressor up on the bridge has been dropped. So let's see if they can bounce back from this one. We got Yildiz quickly trying to get that res in, does secure it. And the rest of Ida also going to try and kind of get themselves all back up onto their feet. A nice little bit of a cheeky rotation coming through there from Meraxes, as this could definitely lend quite a bit of a helping hand to their angles.
Yeah, especially with Delicia only having an Uzi in it. This range, that is not the weapon of choice, personally. That's going to be an interesting decision because she doesn't have a secondary weapon either. And you could do a little bit of work, but what are you going to do against an M4 there, you know? It's not an equal weapon at that range. So unfortunately for Script Monarchy, all of a sudden, they're just down to a solo. That 1v1, they couldn't make it work. And so that is going to be Ida somehow winning out, potentially, that fight there. And AOR looking very, very accurate when it comes to these sprays into the water onto Boars Gaming.
Yeah, I'm sitting with quite a big frown on my face because color me confused, right?
Yes.
So, Script Monarchy, a cool guy got out and got weapons and stuff, right? Meraxes also got a few things, but what happened with Delicia, right? Why only a Uzi and no body armor whatsoever, right? And Boars, what happened over there? They decided, you know what? Well, we see AOR. Let's go for a bit of a swim, go a bit of a splash, right? Try and cool down because they've been so hot, big majority of the night. Which is, I guess, maybe a thing, but I definitely wouldn't have opted or would have thought that was going to be the play, right? Just like being fish stuck in a barrel right in front of another team. Yeah, that's a bit of a oof right there. And speaking about that oofs, we're not seeing any of that here for Ida, as they now have picked themselves back up. They've been able to push across the bridge, and in doing so, kind of chased away the players there from Script Monarchy.
Well, they chased them into their elimination points. That's what they did. There's only one solo from Script Monarchy left alive, and she is long gone. So 3 of those players did go over to Ida's elimination points. Oh, gonna run over a teammate real quick, get her into the vehicle. And Zeitgeist in actually a really good position on the zone, right? You got a really great little hill on this island. It's got lots of open ground to look over. And this split is going to be really, really nice for them to be able to control as much of this north side of the island as possible. It's going to be a good one for them, but honestly, DK, I'm being slightly distracted by Yikes. They're still over in Yasnaya. They're still moving through that blue zone, and this is a very, very late rotation.
It's a strategic delayed rotation for some odd reason, which I cannot explain. And yeah, it's a thing, right? You can see them up there trying to make their way on down. At least it's going to be an unobstructed rotation, right? So just got to keep their fingers crossed that the trees and things won't jump in front of them, so they can just keep on rolling forward. If they manage to make it in successfully, which I believe they will, they could actually have quite a bit of a play onto the side there of OOC, who we see now just moving up onto that conversion point, right, just on the opposite end of the bridge. But at the same time, I'm also curious to see what AOR, Vio, and the other teams that are yet to make a push towards the zone, where they're going to find themselves and how they're going to look to enter the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. In terms of OOC, I think Yikes' best spot would be once OOC has started to cross the bridge, and then you can really gatekeep, or rather sandwich them between them and that team, right? But we'll have to see how that goes. Digital Athletics only losing 1 Yes, only losing one in the earlier altercation there, and they are going to be able to move on forward, taking the south side of the zone instead. And again, a really good compound, a really good position in zone. They're making some good decisions here as Leah is off. There she goes. We're all getting the bike and we're all going somewhere else. And maybe that's a good thing because there's a green player somewhere in the distance there looking a little bit too close for comfort, but we'll see how that goes for them as a minute and a half still has to elapse until zone 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was not sure about them running so. It's not carelessly outside, but they didn't seem like they were also phased, right? They were pretty confident that they were alone, and from what we could see, well, that's not entirely true, right? There is a player. Fortunately for them, Miraxis wasn't feeling overly aggressive, so I guess it works out in favor there for Digital. Curious to see where they're gonna look to try and get themselves situated. We do see AOR also going for a very wide rotation, opting for the southern side of the island. So that is going to be quite an interesting one. I think S2 might maybe play in a very similar way, or they're going to try and push over on towards the western side. Looking at the current trajectory, they might be opting for far south, I think it is, or just those cliffs over onto the western front, which is not going to be the easiest one to get up over them. Yeah, it is quite challenging. But speaking about challenges, it is going to be Vio and the players here from Ida finding themselves in a bit of a back and forth. That 2-2 split now from Vio getting absolutely dismantled here. Ida looking quite aggressive. Already 6 eliminations to their name. And they are far from done, right? They've already had a bit of an opportunity over towards the bridge. Now moving ever so slightly down towards that southern positioning. But now, ooh, look at that. The shots just flying in onto the heels here of Aurora.
They sure are. That was the quickest push down into a 2-2 split either side on the ridge. Oh, and the quickest nade Athena OP coming in there. That is gotta be one of the quickest wipes we have seen so far. The speed at which they came through over onto those ridges, 2 on the ridge, 2 on the inside of the compound, and just going on through. And oh, daddy, I saw that M24 shot. I appreciate it on that long range weapon. Gets into her stunning Maserati. I need that. When did she get that? And gonna go and maybe loot a little bit because that's gonna be another player for Digital Athletics out and done.
Yeah, she got it when it was available, right? That's usually how it works. But
that's usually how it works.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time. But speaking about the teams that we see at the moment, Ida actually, I think they're going to be pushing to finish close to the top here for today. Right, they've got those 8 eliminations up. They still have a lot to go. Looking at the sheer aggression they're showcasing here today, I think they're going to aim for at least double-digit eliminations. And I mean, it's no surprise they are trailing by 12 points behind Boars, and Boars have no points. So that could be an easy one to try and catch up with. The same could go here for AOR, right? AOR trailing by 9 points behind Boars. So I think there's definitely 2 teams playing for a bit of a thing, right? So curious to see how that one is going to pan out for them. Cupquake looking very, very determined to play on that bridge, right? And I mean, just as the team starts rotating across, Bizumi leading the charge across the bridge, Cupquake looks away. So all of that scoping was just a practice run, right?
Of course it was. Yep.
But of course, they are prioritizing zone positioning ahead of everything else. So I guess not the worst decision that they could have made right here. However, we do see quite a few teams still quite far away from zone, especially towards that southern side, right? So I think as the teams are going to start trickling on in, things are going to get quite hot and heated, right? So we got Yikes, we got Enigma, we got AOR, we've got Digital Athletics, we got what is left of Script Monarchy, we have S2 as well as Ida, all on the southern side, and they're all going to look to find the next spot to move into. And Enigma Dolls going off-road But they got to watch out because AOR are right there alongside them.
Oh! Bouncy,
Well, that one
bouncy,
bounces.
buggy.
Yeah.
Sure does. Dang, the suspension on that's awesome. Anyway, yeah, Enigma Dolls coming in hot down off the cliffside, and it's nice to see that as well. It's very decisive. They're trying their best to move in. They've had an okay day so far. It's not been fantastic. It's not been horrendous, as Kiki's also testing the suspension on her vehicle, and unfortunately not going to be as good, not going to even flip over once onto its right side, so she's going to have to wait for some teammates' help there, and you can see them coming back to come get her. That's so embarrassing, and every time it's always like, guys, I'm stuck. Can you come help me, please?
I can say with confidence, don't use a grenade to try and flip it over.
Yes.
It's not going to work. Right? All you got to
It
do is
used to
just
work.
eat the health bar up, and then you're not going to be able to use the vehicle. But speaking about health bars, it's going to be TPES now looking to reduce Yikes' health bars as they start to apply a little bit of pressure here. We got Psych still holding a nice little bit of an off angle. We got Hate Me also right there on the front line trying to send out a few welcoming nades. But now, Nevermind is going to try and keep up the angle, keep up the position. Their teammate about to get taken on down. Hate Me gets popped up, and down they go.
Whoa.
So this could still be quite a bit of a play, but OOC moving in right behind them. So Yikes now in a world of hurt, a world of pain, and TPES, they might just have to do a little bit of cleanup here.
They might indeed, and what a perfect position in order to do so, right? These two teams clashing as they come over the bridge, and TPES already set up, already situated, able to just pick apart those things, but maybe the hovercraft is going to be Psych's only escape here. She can just dive into the river and off she goes, and TPES are going to use that same idea and actually leave as well. They don't want to be out in the open too long. They don't want to overstay their welcome either. I do want to know what happened with AOR though, because one of their players, Kitty, did in fact fall and get knocked due to fall damage. I don't know if she fell off of this motorcycle here, but it does seem like Anissa is alone now, and she's gonna just try maybe get over to Jelivaya. I mean, one of our MVPs really for the evening, right? She's in our top 3 player focus. So if you are going to be able to get a player, you should really get this one.
Well, I've got 2 answers to your question. It's one of 2 teams. Either it's Enigma or it's S2, because we see both teams in pretty close proximity to AOR right here. Just a little bit further off in the distance there, but the blue zone is going to be absolutely brutal at this point, right? It's just going to be swallowing HP left, right, and center. Repna, though, gonna go for a little bit of that little niceties up in the airdrop. As you can see, Cupquake just paying very close attention to the edge of zone. AOR does make it up into zone as Kitty has just been lying in wait, looking to see if the team's going to be able to pick her back up. But now Enigma, they've got a bit of a position right there on the edge of zone. Mel's going to be coming in hot right alongside the race here from AOR, so you got to watch all these angles as they pan out, but there's still quite a bit of contention on towards the southern side. AOR now trying to figure out how on earth are they going to be able to make it back in. I mean, the zone is so close, but it's still so far away.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's Enigma up on the top, which might be dispatched with, but there's Ida in between just moving through, so it's clearly very, very busy. But I do want to turn your attention just quickly, DK, to Taste It, who have just now moved into zone. They've just now reached the island, and they're just about to cross out of the blue zone after what seems like an forever, because it has been since the beginning of the game. They have not been in zone, and they're just about to be. So we'll see what that brings to the table here as the south side continues to fight amongst themselves.
Well, they are so close they can almost taste it, but Bloom also just gets absolutely uprooted. They're whipped out of the vehicle. Now it's going to be Anissa trying to push on up. Does take quite a bit of damage, but not enough to get the knock in just yet. Now it's going to be Jelivaya trying to quickly come through with a little bit of that vehicle play, just moving nice and close. That is 1 Elam under the, well, added to the tally right there. Now it is going to be Enigma still holding on to 2. We got Lob and Mummy holding nice and steady in the hard cover. S2 also just trying to strengthen their overall positioning here. AOR though, I mean, just kind of trying to scrape a few potential plays here. Got to watch out if that vehicle goes up in flames. That is going to be Jelevaya alongside with it. But AOR, they know better. They are going to continue moving forward. It is going to be Digital Athletics also just coming up alongside them here, making their push, heading a little bit further up towards that northeastern side. But that is, in and of itself, going to be quite challenging as we got so many teams already occupying that space. Ooh. Now, Sila out in the open can only do so much. And this is going to be Jelevaya looking to just capitalize on the available opportunity. Maybe looking to get her first eliminations for this match.
Well, certainly a knock well worth reviving there as Yikes do go out. And we'll see... Well, no more of them tonight, but more of them probably tomorrow as we look forward to the team still left alive here. Ida somehow having 8 eliminations on the board is pretty crazy. They've had a really good, consistent day so far. It's not been huge by any means. They've not won every game or something, but they continue to get these kinds of points every single match. So, is a good night for them so far, and Mel's gets their 3rd elimination, it looks like, as do Taste It. 3rd elimination on the board so far, and they are looking to do more. They're still up as a full squad. And on the western side, Zeitgeist is looking for some more eliminations as Digital Athletics get taken out soundly, but somehow still Jelevaya not allowed to have any eliminations.
Yeah, it's like, you know, just keep going, keep going. You'll get it. I promise. Sometime. Yeah. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? We'll find out soon. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Zeitgeist still trying to cause a little bit of a situation here for Mel's Nova. They did find that knock. It's going to be O'Daddy and teammate now trying to push on forward. As you can see, AOR also still trying to claw their way back in towards this next zone as it has shifted up towards the north. We do see the players there from Ida sitting quite comfortably on that far northern side. Nobody to stress about whatsoever. But we can't say the same for the southern positioning, right? We still have 10 teams and 28 players all across this area, and it is going to be absolutely chaotic as everyone else starts to move on forward. AR suddenly finding a bit of an opening, just sneaking their way on in, moving right in alongside the players here from TPES. But TPS, though, they've got their own distractions, right? Focusing further on towards the eastern side, but now things on the south just keeps on getting more and more agitated as even more players are just trying to play the cram game, trying to get themselves right on in. It's going to be Samina to be picked up next. Down goes Anissa, Susu, and Repno now going to be trying to rep it out for the team. We do say goodbye to the Enigma Dolls, and that is Kitty also getting shipped on out of here. But so far, Zeitgeist holding nice and steady, not necessarily up within that zone. Still have a little bit of a way to go. But they are going to be turning their attention onto that southern approach, right? Because if they can alleviate that pressure that's right there, they have a safe rotation up in towards the zone. So let's see whether or not Jelevaya will be able to secure any points for herself in this match. Zeitgeist still going to be trying to make the most here, trying to get themselves back up, trying to patch up those HP bars, but it is going to be quite a troubling play.
I mean, at least for Zeitgeist, right, you have that zone sort of in your favor. You can use the hillside to, as much as possible, shield your entry into zone. Yes, you have AOR behind you, but it's only a solo. I think you're more concerned about the team, the full squad of TPES here. As Jelevaya, almost goes down. A couple of hits get taken on over to her, but not quite enough to get rid of her completely. And that is one of the big issues here, because AOR has 11 eliminations. You know, they are a solo, but those points do boost morale greatly. So she's looking ready and ready to take on everybody at once. And TPS, it's a full squad, 5 elims. Again, another full squad, another team that are looking very, very good right now. That nade looks perfect onto Freya. TPES do manage to get the point before she can, so that's not going to be a point for her, as she desperately still tries to get a point for herself. But we'll see how the rest of it goes. The TPES look to move down, move in, and it's actually Taste It to block their path a little bit.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. So let's see how this one is going to pan out, though. As Zeitgeist now, Sona, Holding on the edge here. Nice bit of an angle. Zeus down below. We got to watch out, right? It's usually the case. If you can see someone, someone else can see you. So that is, yeah, Bestia getting brought down. Sona.
Oh, she's only got
try
bandages.
And get that meds in. Gotta try and maybe heal up enough. Only see one more making its way on in. Oh, look at this. Look at this. MG3 Repnar just lighting up the lobby. Going to town on anyone that will receive the ammo. And, of course, quick changeover onto that M4. The Molly is going to do the thing, and that's it. The Zeitgeist out of here. Down to the final 3 we go. TPS, they look like they have a good chance to get this one in the back. This could be their opportunity to add yet another winner chicken dinner to the tally that they've already been able to secure so far here today. Of course, coming into the match, they were sat all the way in 4th place. So let's see how aggressively they're going to look to push it. They're going up against the side there of Ida, who came in on 3rd place. So things are looking pretty good, but it's looking the best, though, for Jason. I mean, they started out in 12th place, and they are still in it, right? Are still surviving. And that is TPS now hitting the double-digit tally. But here we go. The rush is in. The play is there. That is going to be tasted.
Play zone.
Stopped in 3rd place. 3 eliminations to their name. TPS could have this one in the bag. It's going to be Ida super low on health, and that is it.
GG's.
TPS chicken dinner number 2 secured. And what a way to close up the games here for today.
Excellent. That is just excellent. What a masterclass in getting rid of the final team. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. They got the knock. They made sure that there was no revive. There was no chance to get any sort of advantage using that ridge. They just plummeted through them and wiped the floor with Ida. So it was a valiant effort by Ida, but TPES at that point were just in the groove, in their element, and they were able to get their 2nd win of the day, as you said. So a big GG is going their way, and we will see what the leaderboards look like now.
Yeah, but I mean, so for Ida, that was a very good effort, right? They came close to getting their first chicken for the day. So as we know, the teams from Group B, right, they kind of did what they could today, because we'll only see them again in 2 days, right? Yep. So Group A, they've got quite a bit of momentum that they've needed to build up now to kind of carry them forward moving into tomorrow, because tomorrow they're going to go up against Group C, right? So those are fresh teams coming in that have had a whole day of opportunity to sit and look and see how these teams are going about their strategies right here. But of course, the best strategy that paid off in this final game was the one here for TPES, as they got those 12 eliminations to their name, and it's going to look quite well for them. And I mean, 12, that's just the eliminations. So that puts them on 22 points. So we might very well have a little bit of a change coming with regards to those standings. But of course, speaking about standings, our longest standing hit for this game is going to go straight over to the side there of Oh Daddy, all the way from Mel's Nova.
Yeah, I think it's that M24 shot that we saw over onto Digital Athletics. I think Leah over across the airport area, or airfield rather. Yeah, a really, really good elimination. We saw it. We love to see it. A lot of healing coming through as well. Again, a lot of play with the blue zone and a lot of throwables as well. I think that we all saw the evidence of that throughout the game. There was a lot of utilities, a lot of healing coming through for a lot of these teams. And it was there's a lot of stages to this game. There was a lot of fights going on at every single phase, where you had a lot of those bridge things coming through, and then the south side and the east side weren't very happy with each other, and there were some fights breaking out there. And overall, a really good way to end the evening.
Yeah, no, a very good way. A very dynamic, shifty zone, and the team's kind of just trying to keep up with all of that. But we got to give a big shout out there going out to Susu, who is our MVP all the way from TPS, securing 5 eliminations. So that means the other 7 went to the rest of the players. So a strong contribution, nearly 50% of the eliminations being secured just by Susu. So very, very well done. Also doing a decent chunk of damage there, 779 getting brought through. So yeah, very, very strong finish for the day. and TPS, they're going to feel quite happy with the overall standings. And of course, speaking of which, let's take a look and see what those map results are, the match results rather, to see where the teams find themselves and how all of this translated. And there we go. The top 3 teams coming through with double-digit elims, right? 10, 11, 12. Pick a number. It's there. So well played. Very aggressive, and we love it. Of course, the top 4 all getting 5 and above. So well done there to Zeitgeist as well. But of course, the aggression continues all the way to that 9th position, right? OOC closing it up with their 2 points on board. And unfortunately, the Boars, they didn't quite get enough points this game, right? They got donuts though, so that also works, I guess, to some extent. But Digital Athletics, they've had a tough day, right? I hope when we see them back in 2 days' time that they are definitely going to come back with a similar approach to what we see in last week's games, right? We want to see the same kind of performance from Digital Athletics. Again, as you can see, they finished there with 5 points on board, but TPES, they've jumped all the way from 4th place right up into pole position.
Wow, GG's. 29 equals 58, and that's the kind of numbers I like to see. In fact, TPS and Boars actually switch places there. So even though Boars were up on top, that 0-point game cost them 3 places. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's only 8 points difference, right? And actually, the gap between 4th and 5th is rather large, 12 points in between them. So not all is certainly not lost. And in day 2, they can come back and look for more aggression, as Mels will do as well. It's going further down the list that we start to see a little bit of things starting to close up that gap, right? 18 points. I think that was 10th and 11th are tied right now. So there's still plenty to play for, but at the same time, there's still plenty to lose.
Yeah, I mean, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. For today, there's not going to be any of that coming through here, but we do see Mels, Nova, Falea, definitely starting to create a bit of a gap here, right?
Yes.
Leading by 4 eliminations above that of Athena. And of course, Lalo coming through with 13 eliminations, but still packing the heat with regards to the damage. 2,500 damage. That's quite a bit. That's the equivalent of 25 players, right? Or 25 eliminations. So yeah, a decent chunk of change coming through on that one. But of course, if we look at it right here, you can see the contribution there from Falea definitely doing some magic right here, right? Coming through with nearly 75%. So that is almost
crazy.
3/4 of the work for the team getting secured by one single player. So that's an absolutely amazing stat to see come through. Very, very strong representation. I mean, yeah, it's just like, where are they going to decide to stop? Because, you know, they still have 5 more maps to go. So they could be so much more that is yet to make its way on through. But for Mels, we're not going to see them play tomorrow because they are in Group B, right? So they have a day of rest. We'll only see them return back again on the last day of this week. Ida Esports, they're going to be back tomorrow as they are part of Group A. So there's going to be quite a bit of an opportunity for them to try and kind of widen that gap. So tomorrow I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what Group A is going to try and do to keep that momentum going. But it's also going to be the day in which Group C are going to try and build up the momentum, right? Because we're going to have Group C go from day 2 into day 3. So there's a lot of that kind of, you know, flowing forward approach being brought into that. But Group B, they're going to have an interesting approach because they have the day off, but they have a day to do a little bit of homework, right? To kind of research and keep a close eye on what the strategies are of the opposing teams, especially of Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be so interesting to see how these teams adapt. And I do love these kinds of 3-day formats where you do have a team, or rather a group, that will not be playing one of the days, and that really puts the pressure on them. And we start to see all kinds of interesting ways that they adapt to that format. So going to be very interested to see how tomorrow will be going. It was a very good round today, but we're looking for another 5 games tomorrow night. Same time, same place, but that is it for us tonight. So thank you very much all for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.